kind of, oh, that'll be why people are saying that. People seem to believe that I'm putting aside £1.5 million for my election campaign. Can I just put it on record? I'm not. I think if I could get that one past you all, then I really would be a magician. But let's be clear, to all people out there, and for anyone who want to kind of nudge, wink, wink, this money is there because democracy is important. Democracy will be very important in terms of making the mayoral election that is coming a very important one, a one which I really do hope I will be there to take part in. But to do it well, and I'm grateful for local leaders stepping forward in form of John Hill, who is going to be the returning officer, but also to work with your constituent authorities and your officers to make sure that it is the very best of mayoral elections. If that's what it costs, if that's what we've been told it costs, then that's what we must do to make sure we have democracy alive and well when it comes to the mayoral elections here in Cambridgeshire and Peterborough. I would also just make one final comment, because people probably see that there's a conference attendance. I don't think I've ever used that thing, so maybe in the course of time, when I need to think about that, if it needs to be there. That's it, really. I hope this is a document, something that you're willing to discuss, and I'm ready to answer questions. But at that point, I maybe will pass over to Anna, who is as a chair, to allow me some freedom.
Second before it's debated.
Oh, I'm okay. So I am proposing this paper as the mayoral budget for 2025-2026, and I need a seconder. I know I would do, but then that would come at your chair. So can I maybe ask Councillor Jones to be the seconder, and that's taken. Okay, and at that point, if that's okay with you, Matthew, I'm going to just pass the chair over to my deputy, so free discussion can apply. Thank you. Live still, I assume. We are live. Okay.
Right, so
Councillor Smith.
Indeed. So what I will do is I will take questions in groups of 3, as I usually do. My understanding, I just want to double check, is that the mayor will need to answer on any policy issues, but the officers are able to answer on any technicalities that might come up as part of this. Is that correct?
Hopefully, Chair. Yes, thank you.
Apparently we are back streaming now, so that's good news. So I have Councillor Bowden. Who else do I have at this point? Start with yourself, Councillor Bowden.
Thank you very much indeed, Chair. My apologies, I've got a bit of a cold, so apologies for the croaky voice. I wonder if the Mayor would care to advise me. And I'm going to try to avoid any electioneering here, and I know we've got a mayoral election coming up, and it's always very tempting, but I'm going to try to concentrate on this budget and the coming financial year and the current position people are in. And I have many, many residents in Fenland who ask me, why does the Mayor charge a mayoral precept, saying that it's for improved bus services, when during his time in office, the bus services, especially in the last 2 years that we have substantially deteriorated in terms of the number of services that we've got. In Finland, in the last 2 years, we've lost all of our Sunday bus services, which could be financed from the CPCA. There'd be no competition problems with that, with the exception of one bus service on Excel, which serves 3 bus stops in Finland. But apart from that, every single Sunday bus service has been lost, which does affect some individuals who need to get to work. And the actual bus services which we do have, in some cases, in my own town of Whittlesea, for example, the bus service has been reduced by 50%, 66% for part of Whittlesea, and other areas which have been promised bus services still have yet to see them, such as places like Christchurch, which have been promised a bus service for some considerable time and it still hasn't materialised, and other people who just want to get from A to B, even between the main towns in Finland, aren't able to do so because the bus service now no longer serves their need. And I'd just like the Mayor to tell me what answer I should give about why the combined authority is taking money from them and failing to deliver.
Let's not avoid electioneering here, Councillor Bowden. Let's not avoid it. This is what it's all about now, isn't it? I disagree with you. I disagree that you say it's substantially deteriorated because there are problems. But that's your words. There's also been substantial improvements. I would suggest you look at BBC news site. It was a report that Chatteris would have no bus routes. How many bus routes does it have now, Councillor Bowden?
It's fewer than it had 4 years ago, Mayor.
And that's the problem with the bus network that needs reform. Obviously, we're going to come to that in the next few weeks and months. But you can describe it as substantially deteriorating. It's not where I'd want it to be. And you can quote me on that, of course. But Chatteris would have had nothing. Nothing. Many other towns would have had much more reduced services. If we, that's all of us, hadn't come together and made agreements to save bus routes. Anybody who says that this bus, the mayoral precept is not necessary now, would be, for want of a better phrase, taking away all those bus services that are in place and now beginning to serve people and deliver opportunities around education and employment. We shall see. Have you used the late night services recently, Councillor Bowden?
Have actually used it, Chair. As you know, Mayor, I'm very much a bus person. I probably am more in favour of personally using buses than anyone else around this table, and have been for my whole life. So yes, I have used it as a matter of principle, and I'm very grateful. I've campaigned for enough years for it to be reinstituted. I'm very grateful it was. It's a great shame that during the daytime, we still only have 1/2 of the number of services that we used to have, only 1/3 in terms of the areas around the avenues in Whittlesey, and people complain to me, and they say, as their elected representative, why do you allow this poor bus service? Now, the problem we do have, of course, Mayor, in that, and you know as well as I do, is that you can't use the mayoral money in order to compete against an existing service, even if it is a reduced existing service. And I fully accept that. That's a technical matter. But where there is no service, for example, the Sunday service, which has been completely abolished, no mayoral money at all to be able to subsidise that. And I have people saying, we need to get to work, we can't get to work.
Let's work on it together. Where would we get the money?
Just to start off with, that we prioritise the money that we do have in a better way. When you have services such as the 204, where we have a bus subsidy per passenger return journey per passenger of £285 per passenger, when you have the bus 8A, where you have a subsidy per return journey of £174 per passenger, when you have the bus 15, where you've got a subsidy of £243 per passenger per return journey, when you've got subsidies like that, they could be better directed towards, for example, in the Ely area, the bus 9, which is desperately needed to have better service, and in my area towards a Sunday bus service. But those choices are down to you, Mayor.
And what would you say to the people who are currently using those bus services?
I'd be very sorry to the 4 individuals on average who use the bus 15 of just under 4, 3.85. I'd be very sorry for the just under 4 people, 3.75 on average, who use the bus 8A. And I'd be very sorry for the 0.96 people on average who use the journey on the 204. I'm sorry, but there you're talking about fewer than 9 individuals, and you're talking about a total subsidy there of 313,000. You have not got your priorities right, Mayor. Where you do have money, you're not using it to the best effect, in my opinion.
Okay, we can come to that. I'm sure there'll be more discussion later. Christchurch, I believe, is one of the new routes that is proposed. But as you know, we had a few announcements only recently that operators who we believed had said, given winning bids, we had to go out to reprocurement. So that is a part of the process. This is a journey, Councillor Bowden, a journey which sometimes has positives, sometimes there are negatives along the way, but ultimately there is a decision, I think, believed by the board, that investment in bus services, working with officers, working with experts, and working towards a system of ultimately bus reform will deliver bus improvement. I'm sorry it's not quick enough. I really wish we could work together and get more money in and make sure that those routes are delivered quicker, and they remain affordable for all. Obviously, there are many talked about market towns of the Fens. We have the DRT, which is, it's not what necessarily that is there for everybody all the time, but it is improving things. It just takes time. And, let's work on those priorities going forward.
Right. And now I've got Councillor Bailey. Do I have anyone else that wishes to indicate to speak at this point? And then Councillor Nessinger. Mayor, would you prefer to take each point in turn or take them in groups?
You're the chair, so I mean, if I can take them as one on one.
Okay, so if we take each one in turn, so I'll start with Councillor Bailey.
Thank you very much, Deputy Mayor. I'm pleased to see the proposal to freeze the mayoral precept. It would have been nicer if there had been a reduction in recognition of, the failure to deliver all of the promised services that the precept was explicitly charged to residents to pay for. But, it's perfectly clear that residents have had enough of tax hikes. 94% of those that responded to the mayor's plan to raise his precept yet again this year said no, thank you. So I'm glad the mayor has listened to them. But residents have been paying the mayor's 200% increase precept for the last financial year, but haven't, thousands of my residents just haven't received the promised bus services that they were told that charge was explicitly being raised to pay for. That's, like the people waiting for their Soham to Cambridge service improvements, like the people trying to use the skeleton hollowed out number 9 bus service from Littleport to Ely to Cambridge. That's seen a drop off of 62.5% of passenger numbers since the changes came in last April. And don't get me wrong, I'm absolutely grateful to the Combined Authority for commissioning that second bus on that route. But I said at the time, it's not enough. We should either do it or not at all, because either you're investing in a route to make it work and give people a service that makes it viable for them to use, or you're not. Otherwise, it's just wasting money. You can't justify a 62.5% loss of passenger numbers. And I've been pushing on this almost every month ever since. And I've been told endlessly that we would look to see whether there was any bus service underspend in the autumn. And if there was, that the third bus would be commissioned. The autumn has been and gone. There was underspend, and it's been blown on other things to hold the fare cap at £2, for example, for everybody that has got a service to get on. Well, lots of my residents haven't got a viable service to get on. So, it would be remiss of me not to put their voice into this room and represent them properly, because they are very, very dissatisfied. And I think this came out in the consultation. It's clear there for people to see if you read into it, that they are not happy about paying this mayoral precept and not getting the promised services. And I think in recognition of that, the mayor could have made a proposal to, give back the money where we failed to commission those services for the reasons we've discussed before. So, I can't. I'll go into more detail when we get to the next main budget item, but I can't support the mayor's proposed budget for those reasons. I don't know what I can say to those people who are paying tax on tax on tax. All authorities apart from East Cambs District Council and Fenland are raising their taxes. All the precepting authorities. The County Council is raising it by the maximum. Proposing to raise it by the maximum yet again. East Cambs has done its bit. We've frozen our council tax part of bills for 11 years because we have different ways of bringing money into the authority, and we believe that you should do it as a last resort, not first resort. And whilst there are bus services that are running at utterly unsustainable levels, which Chris and I, Councillor Bowden and I, have been saying every year at budget setting time, you cannot justify. I know the mayor says, well, what will you say to the one person a day that has no longer got a bus service? But nobody around this table can sit and defend use of public funds where it's costing £285 per return journey on a bus service. We have to take that money that's being spent in that way and plough it into services that are needed, like the number 9, which had a massive level of patronage and has been hollowed out to nothing and has lost nearly 2/3 of its passengers. And the CPCA has done nothing to fix that problem, despite the mayor's promises about investing in deprived areas. Littleport is one of the most deprived areas, massively performs really poorly in terms of the national indices on access to services. And you know, it's not good enough because promises were made and they've been failed to deliver.
Thank you. If I can go around to pick up some others, well, that would be great. So could I take Councillor Messinger and then Councillor Conboy, and then Mayor will come back to you for response to those.
Thank you. I will be supporting this budget as I have done in previous years. I don't think any of us in this room or involved in local government enjoy the process of setting council tax. It is not a pleasure taking money away from people. It never is. But this is £3 a month on people's budgets, and it is £3 a month on a Band D household. As the Mayor has made clear, this is that level of paying will not be for the vast majority of households across Cambridgeshire, because the majority of households are not Band D, they are less than Band D. There are also single person discounts and discounts for hardship across all of the districts in Cambridgeshire. Some of them are very generous. I think council tax is a terrible form of taxation. I wish that both the previous Conservative government and the current Labour government would reform the way in which taxation for local government is done. And I also wish that Cambridgeshire were not one of the least well-funded areas of the country. The amount of government funding that we get in Cambridgeshire per head of population is extremely low across all of our public services, and that has an impact on all of our public services, whether that's education or health or transport. So I regret that we are having to ask people to make a contribution towards our bus services from their council tax. But I have to say that I think that the contribution that they are being asked to make is paying for some really desirable outcomes. And those include the subsidised services, the services which would have been withdrawn but have not been withdrawn. But they also include, as far as I'm aware, the new demand responsive transport that has just started, and the Tiger passes. And all of those things together, I think, are making a difference to allowing people in Cambridgeshire who have been shut out from access to work and employment, and also, really importantly, learning, to have better access to it. And I think that the Tiger passes in particular are a very well targeted offer to under 25s for whom access to a car is extremely expensive these days, extremely expensive. And there is no national support for that age group for reduced bus travel. And as we see the cost of bus travel going up again because government support has been reduced, I think those Tiger passes are even more important. I would like to ask a question of officers. I'm not quite sure whether Janice and Rob will be able to answer this, but I would really like to know how many Tiger passes have been issued and how many journeys have been provided through them, because it's in the papers. Okay, it's in Rob's report. Wonderful. Good. I will find it in a minute, which it can show me. But I mean, I think it's possibly worth just flagging those figures again, because I think they are really important, because this money is not just kind of disappearing into the pockets of bus companies. It is actually staying in the pockets of the families of young people who are paying lower bus fares. So we can't do very much to be redistributive in local government, but this is one of the ways in which actually we are supporting young people. And I absolutely get that not all the young people in our county have access to the kind of bus services that we want them to have, or indeed to any bus services. But for a significant number of families, this is really helping and giving them access to work and employment. That is really important. And if you'd like to read out those figures, I'd be delighted to listen to them.
What I'll do, as we've had some technical points being raised, and I just want to check that I am able to do this, to ask officers to clarify some of those technical points. So we've had a question to our finance team, I'd also like to clarify some of the technical points raised about the bus route 9 with yourself, Judith, and thank you for coming up to the table in anticipation of that. Janice, do you want to go first?
Thank you, Chair, and not wishing to steal the Chief Exec's thunder on the Tiger bus passes. To date, it does state that the campaign has achieved over 35,400 applications and supported 736,400 journeys. And the campaign itself continues to perform strongly with a reach of over 52,000, not 52,000, 52 million. It was unfortunate the comma went over a different line, impressions and an engagement rate of 2.69%. Thank you.
Janice, can you turn your yes, Councillor Smith, point of clarification before we bring Judith in.
Thank you. I don't understand what the 2.69% engagement means.
I'm sorry.
But forgive me if I'm being stupid.
Shall get the expert in for that one. Thank you, Chair.
Percentage of the reach that has engaged with a pass, so then gone on to perform an action ultimately. So of all the out of home, of all the digital engagement, that's the conversion rate of people that have gone on to actually trigger some sort of either application or gone through to the landing page or signed up to receive further emails about Tiger passes. Industry standard would be about 0.5%. So we're quite confident with Okay.
Thank you. And Ed, that's really helpful. And thanks for asking that clarification, Councillor Smith, because I'm sure you're not the only one that wanted to be sure you understood exactly what was being raised there. So, Judith, do you want to answer some of the questions for us?
Very briefly. So Councillor Bailey asked the question about the number 9, which quite rightly has been raised with me a number of times in the last year. And I can confirm that we are currently developing a timetable and looking at consulting residents in order to see if we can bring more investment. So I'm really pleased to be able to tell Councillor Bailey that we're taking steps this week on that. The other point I wanted to make is that obviously the table we circulated on Friday did contain a number of updates in the column to indicate where there was work going on in order to make sure the best use of public money that was possible. So that was May 2024 data with further work going on. So I think it's just important to recognise that those figures are out of date, and there has been a lot of work and continues to be a lot of work to drive those figures down.
Mayor, I know you have a point of clarification you wish to raise with Judith, so stay there. It might be easy if you stay there because I suspect we'll need to come back to you.
Judith, just to go back on that point about the number 9, could I ask you to clarify the process as to why we are where we are with the number 9, as has already been indicated, and I would refute the words from Council, I think, that you have done nothing to fix the problem, which was what you stated. I think you've done an awful lot in the circumstances, but the number 9 is a good service. We want it to be more resilient. But the operator that's running it withdrew some of its services, prioritised the ones which were deemed to be the ones that were most financially lucrative. I mean, we don't have all the figures on that. Leaving spaces in the timetable, therefore making it very difficult for any other operator, be it subsidised or not, to come in and provide the level of service that was previously being provided by that very operator. Now, in my opinion, on avoiding an electioneering point, that is the very reason that we need to consider bus reform. But can you just clarify the point as to where we were why it happened in the way it did?
Yes, so the operator was running a regular and frequent service, and not only did they withdraw the number of buses, they also changed the timetable of the services that were remaining, which meant that the process of looking to put public money into that service on the number 9 to restore it to the previous level was much harder, because we weren't able just to, for instance, say if there's one at 10 o'clock and one at 12 o'clock, we could fill the 11 o'clock. But because they moved all the timetable, the scope for public intervention was made much more complicated. Additionally, we did look at alternatives to work with the operators to see how that could have been done. And we did give scope for some discussions with operators on that scale. And obviously what we did do was subsidise an additional bus, working very closely to try and fill that gap. Obviously, what we're now doing is looking to implement a further service to be able to bring that service up to the level and hopefully restore the patronage. But that's an ongoing work, and we're only at the consultation stage on the new timetable at this stage, and we're working on that, and we'll be looking to go out to consultation very shortly. Indeed, we're aiming at this week to begin that process.
Thank you. Just do you want to remind the board that we are debating the budget and not bus reform? And I think there's a danger that we are starting to go into quite a lot of I'm really glad that we have officers that are able to answer those technical questions, but I think we are going into quite a lot of technical questions that are more around the subject we would be discussing in the Transport and Infrastructure Committee on Friday. So can I just remind board members that we need to keep focused on discussing whether we are happy. Clearly the items are interlinked, but what we're talking about here is whether we are happy to approve the Mayor's budget at this point. So could I remind board members to keep to that, please? I think we're on Councillor Conboy, and then I know that the Mayor needs a right of reply on that set of questions there. So Councillor Conboy, do you want to come in before we do that?
Thank you. So with those comments in mind, I shall keep my comments to do with buses because they are part of the budget, very, very limited and very strategic. I am pleased that we have a budget before us that is not seeking an increase in mayoral precept, and I think my residents and my councillors would be very pleased to see that. It is one of those real challenges, and I hear the concern around the room about the nature of where we are in public service. And in fact, I've had the conversation back with my own council previously, where there is a desire for increased public services, including buses, but nobody has the ready answer for how are we going to pay for it. And that is our inevitable conundrum. So I'm pleased to support this budget. I do have the same reservations as my colleagues. I think all of us are hugely ambitious that public money should go as far as humanly possible, should achieve the highest standards and the very best outcome on behalf of all of our residents, and particularly because our residents are paying for those contributions. So I do have a question. It is bus related, but it's a sort of more strategic, high level question. Reflecting that a number of us cover very rural constituencies where we don't necessarily all have market towns, we have small settlements, we have hamlets, we don't necessarily have always great road networks necessarily associated with some of those more rural locations. I wonder if the Mayor might want to be able to assure us around what are we thinking about doing strategically, and this is a strategic question. I don't need the detail about particular routes, but while we're thinking about how we're going to develop some of those solutions for rural locations that actually we do need to connect. So I'm thinking about things like rural bus hubs and also wondering what other parts of the country do where they are in similar geographic challenges. So this is not so much about the politics, it's more about our physical geography. And some of us also have vast swathes of land which are underwater or agricultural. So there are some physical challenges around our physical geography, as well as our human geography about where people are settled. And I don't know whether you are able to give us some understanding about, in this mayoral budget, what our future view will be around how we might address some of those conundrums. So I'm not looking for a policy pronouncement, Mr. Mayor, but I am looking for a direction of travel, if you'll pardon the pun, because it is important. I get challenged about what am I doing for the northern part of Huntingdonshire, which is much more rural than, say, the southern part of Huntingdonshire. And I'm reflecting that some of my colleagues around the table will have the same particular challenges. I hope that's a helpful question, but I think it's something that's really important to our residents.
If I come to you first, Councillor Conboy, they don't just speak to you, they obviously speak to me as well, and they speak to the officers of the Combined Authority. You are absolutely right. In terms of where the organisation is moving and some of what we've done over the last few years and what we are looking at in terms of proposals around bus reform, to some extent we're trailblazing, and I think we have to be willing, so on occasions maybe we might have to fail. We have to try out new things. A lot has been made about comparisons of other areas of the country which are much more dense in terms of population, the success of bus reform in Greater Manchester. But let's be clear, Greater Manchester is not Greater Maney. It's a very different challenge trying to improve the connectivity of Maney as it is to Manchester. But there are ideas out there. There's one obviously that we've run over the last 3 years, which was the Ting, morphed into the Tiger on demand, and we see buy-in. But some of those geographies we're changing them all the time. But that's with the sort of entrepreneurial spirit of these companies working with officers. So it may be that something like demand response transport and alongside the more traditional bus routes and more further investment is somewhere that we've got to go. As you say, and thank you for allowing me the wiggle room not to kind of give you an answer in its entirety straight away. But I would make a plea that as we try to turn around, and say we, let's be clear here, we'll be working as leaders of constituent authorities with our communities who know the roads, which ones are worth putting buses down, which factories have people coming out, which schools need. We've demonstrated that. Obviously, some comments have been made about the amount of investment and subsidy on some bus routes, but we've changed bus routes to make it better and more affordable and financially savvy by including and linking it with school transport. Let's take that a little bit further. Hospital transport, community car networks, and how we can start thinking differently, working together. But at the heart of it all, a care about connectivity, the compassion of connectivity, working together, cooperating to deliver for the community. Seems quite familiar, that message. That's where I see it as going towards. That was one question. Sorry.
It occurs to me I probably ought to, I'm looking at the monitoring officer now, I probably ought to declare an interest, because I've got a child who has recently acquired a Tiger bus pass, and I've in fact had to go at a school run on a bus. So it occurs to me that I probably ought to declare an interest. So for the record.
And 3 children who've got Tiger passes myself.
Could I just check, is there anyone else that has offsprings with Tiger passes? Menick, can you? I probably ought to also ask if anyone actually has a Tiger pass. I wouldn't want to make assumptions. Councillor Bowden.
I really ought to declare, Deputy Mayor, that I did find a subsidised bus service which was worth using, and I did use it.
Good.
Menick, I think we've also got Councillor Bailey's points to be addressed as well.
Yeah, I think some of them was obviously highlighted an issue around the number 9, and I was grateful for Judith highlighting the actual full story there. But there is definitely something which I'm not happy about at the moment, but at the same time, it's that point of about a transition. I do not want to see excessive amounts of public money used to subsidise bus routes that ultimately are unsustainable. But I do want to get down into the granular detail of, to the point of individually or groups who are using them. And if they're not going to have that access, how can we provide the connectivity that they will lose, by maybe exploring the exact thing that I've just responded to Councillor Comboy on, by being creative and linking up with services like the post office, linking up with, as I say, community groups that we already work with. Look at kind of where NHS and working with John there in terms of the Integrated Care Board, there's opportunities. So with regard to that, I think it would be a plea. Just bear with us a bit. Give us a chance. We are reversing 40 years of bus deregulation, and we have to do it together. There's a phrase one of the driving things that's kept me going over the last few years is knowing I have the hand of my father overlooking me. And he taught me one very important phrase: the importance of knowing the cost. Well, how can I say it? Understanding what is the cost of everything without realizing the value as possibly now. You know, it's one of those, you need to understand. So if we always talk about what it's worth, what the bottom line is, you're missing the point. We need to understand what these routes do in terms of tackling rural isolation, how they connect people to their jobs, and how that then allows them, people who are using buses, people who are often, in terms of socio-economic status, those who need them the most, those who have the least money. So I think where we have gone into, talked about why taxation and maybe council tax, that's a bigger thing as to how we sort of fund local government. But at least this mayoral precept is, I would say, it's open to scrutiny. I have to come here and justify, maybe I'm failing on some occasions, to why it's been done. There's no hiding on this. It's all about initially saving buses, investing in the public transport network, and by what we do with the bus network, ultimately, it will help us deliver Tiger trains, Tiger trams, Tiger bikes, all call it what is it, a Tiger network that's affordable and that can work for all. And there's a final comment. You know, I said it's honest, it's transparent. I did wonder why this year's consultation was so negative. And let's be clear, it wasn't a plan. I never planned to raise the mayoral precept. I consulted to see it's what people, I didn't want to do it. Who said I wanted to do it? You're saying I wanted to do it. I didn't. But I had to think about how are we going to deliver really meaningful, improving bus services. Well, anyway, that went out there, didn't it? So, he's going to put the precept up. Okay. And then I realized that in the sort of level of feedback that we got, there was an orchestrated campaign by an ex-MP. That's okay. That's what we do. We're a democracy. We should listen. And let's be clear, we did listen, and I could see. The point is that we were, in the end, to some extent, saved by the Labour government, allowing us to be ambitious around buses. And so I could withdraw that kind of plan or whatever, the proposal around rising the mayoral precept. It wasn't a plan, as I say, a proposal. And the point is that we're moving forwards. There are people who would propose they would do the budget differently, but in the case of the ex-MP, I'm not going to be guided by some of the pronunciations. I just don't think on that occasion he gets it. He's getting the wrong end of the stick. And although there was an orchestrated campaign to point that out, I will not be relying on that from a particular ex-MP as a version of events in terms of making budgeting announcements for the whole of the combined authority, because the combined authority is a strategic authority and it works across all the region. So that's really my answer. Thank you, for kind of your feedback. I appreciate it's not what necessarily people always want to see. It's difficult decisions that have to be made, but I do present it as an honest budget, which is necessary in the circumstances after many, many years of decline from a previous government, and ones where deregulation has not worked for all of us over the last 40 years, and bus reform moving forward needs investment in bus services going forward.
Thank you. Now, I think we need to do, I'm very keen to ensure that people are all able to contribute if they've got something they wish to say. So I know Councillor Jones will wish to say something. Councillor Smith, should I come to yourself as well? You're fine. Nitin, is there anything you want to contribute from a business board perspective on this? Okay, and thank you. So we're going to go to Dennis, and then I will also make some comments from a Cambridge perspective as well. Dennis.
We're on. Is this the right place to bring up the treasury management and just the grants that come in? No? Okay, that's fine. That's we'll come to that. Yeah, okay. I'm couldn't get a quart in a pint pot. Thank you.
Is there anything else on this one, Councillor Jones? I just want to switch hats for a moment, if the board will allow, and give some feedback from a Cambridge board member perspective. So we are supportive of this budget. There's a couple of things I wanted to contribute to the debate myself. I have to say I am slightly surprised to hear the reference to money being blown on the fare cap. I think the work we did to ensure that people could keep travelling at that £2 rate was good work. I don't think that is blowing money on anything, and I think we have quite a lot of residents who will be quite surprised to hear that phrasing. I wanted to reflect back. The Mayor mentioned that I was chairing the board in the first discussion on precepts. And at that point, we were responding, as the Mayor said, to bus companies withdrawing wholly or partially 23 routes. I remember there being an absolute outcry. And we acted as a board to ensure that those routes were saved. And that's the work that has happened consistently in terms of we have round about, I think it's over 80 routes that we invest in, either through the precept or from other parts of our combined authority work. And I think what I would just want to say is just because we can't do all of it immediately does not mean we should do nothing. I think that's very important. I think if we go into a system which says unless we can do everything all at once, we have to stand still, I think that's quite a concerning approach. We have to work towards the goals that I know that we all share. And I would, of course, as chair of TIC, sorry, there's so many hats on here, but I would want to just acknowledge, as the Mayor has done, the excellent work from our officer team. I'm a little concerned that some of the debate has implied that there has not been work going on from our bus officer team here. They have been working extremely hard to meet a significant number of challenges that have been posed to them by the system that we operate in. So I think I would want to put on record that I think if there's any implication that they have done nothing, I think that really misrepresents the hard work that they have done. So personally, I'm very supportive of this, and as a city as well, we are very supportive of ensuring that there is still funding for bus routes. The other thing, I think, just one more thing I think should be emphasised in this debate. When you go from nothing, when you go from having no precept at all to having any precept, the rise in terms of percentage points will look very large. Clearly, because you're going from zero to something. I'm looking here, and it just happens to be the example I have in front of me because they have an excellent setup on their website, but I'm looking at Peterborough City Council's very helpful where does your council tax go chart, and it might be worth reminding us all on the board that the combined authorities share of the council tax in Peterborough, for example, on Bandy is 1.7% of the council tax bill, 1.7%. And I think it is important that we as a board keep that piece in perspective as well. With that, I will stop. Is anyone else got anything they wish to say? Otherwise, Mayor Nick, I'm passing to you for any closing comments you wish to make before we go to the vote.
No further comments.
Okay, now I need to check with the monitoring officer. Do I at this point pass back to the Mayor to actually run the vote, or do I stick with that?
No, Councillor Smith, what we'll do is we'll move to on the recommendation. Got a recommendation just to note, but then we'll move over to if you're happy, if the Mayor is happy, to move over to Democratic Services to take the votes on B and C. If the board are happy, just to note A to start with. Thank you.
To do that, please do so.
Thank you. So as this is a recorded vote, I will call out your names in the order that I've got them on the little table in front of me, which is alphabetical by surname. If you can just turn your microphones on and say whether you're for, against or abstaining. So Councillor Anna Bailey.
Against.
Councillor Chris Bowden.
Against.
Councillor Sarah Comboy. Councillor Dennis Jones.
For.
Councillor Anna Smith. Councillor Bridget Smith. Thank you.
Lucy.
Last but by no means least.
We didn't. Yeah. Sorry, Councillor Lucy Nessinger. For. Apologies for that. It's fine.
Well, thank you.
Well, actually, if Democratic Services could confirm why it is that it is only constituent councils on this one that vote.
So I can just confirm that in the constitution for the mayor's budget, the stipulation on the vote just specifies that it's the representatives from the constituent authorities. If the mayor wanted his vote recorded as well, we can do that.
Passing back over to the mayor for the next item, Menick.
I am. I'm just going to say a quick sentence. Thanks. Thank you, Chair. So this report sets out the proposed corporate strategy and medium-term financial plan for the combined authority, with the focus on approving the strategy and setting the budget for 25-26. So to introduce the report, it's both myself and Kate. So starting off with Kate outlining the proposals for the corporate strategy, and then I'll pick up for the medium-term financial plan.
Turning to the corporate strategy, as you'll be aware, this year it is a very light touch refresh of the corporate strategy. So what we're talking about is extending essentially the current corporate strategy into 2025-26. Changes that have been made include references to the changing landscape and the environment that we're operating in terms of new government drivers, the requirement to develop things like a local growth plan, and responding to the devolution white paper. All strategic objectives are as they were, and there has been some update in terms of what has been delivered, and some slight updating on the areas of activity that will be focused on in 25-26. But as I said, it's a light touch refresh with the expectation that a much fuller corporate strategy will be developed after the mayoral elections.
Hello, sorry, I didn't hear what you said there. Sorry, I'm trying to get my own paper sorted out.
Moment to read this again.
Yes.
Can I just actually, before we just have a moment, could we perhaps adjourn for 5 minutes while we discuss what has just been put in front of us? Because I'm slightly startled that we've had this put in front of us with no notice or opportunity to discuss it at all.
The meeting was to adjourn, that's fine.
Well, I'm going to adjourn the meeting and then, okay, I'm going to adjourn.
You can explain afterwards, but can we just have
I'm going to adjourn the meeting, obviously.
That's
okay,
fine.
fine. So I'm going to adjourn the meeting and we're planning on, I think, maybe 10 minutes. Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you. Obviously, our break took a bit longer than we anticipated. Due to an amendment coming to the board at the last minute, I'm going to ask Matthew just to explain how we're going to move forward with this.
Thank you, Chair. Brace yourselves. The way in which we're going to do, I propose to the Chair to do this is as follows, that Janice and Kate can provide their introduction as it was planned already. What will happen then is, as you'll see, there are a number of recommendations, more than we'd normally have for the MTFP and the corporate strategy, and there are about 3 different ways of voting for each of them, so we're going to have to take them in turn. The ones noted not being too much of an issue. So then I will suggest that they are moved and seconded on block. And at that point, once the introduction's been done and things have been moved and seconded, that the Mayor then takes the amendment put forward by Councillor Bailey, presumably seconded by Councillor Bowden, that is then discussed and voted on. And then depending upon that, you can then move into general debate on everything that's been moved subject to amendment or not, so whether it's a substantive motion, and then we will take votes individually on each of the recommendations. And I'll pause for breath there. If Chair, if you're happy with that, are there any questions from the board just in terms of process on that? Okay, so I refer back to you, Chair. Thank you.
In that case, thank you for the clarification. Hope that's clear to those watching as well as those in the room. Over to Janice and Kate for introducing the report. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. And I think Kate's already given her introduction on the corporate strategy, so I'll just move on to the medium-term financial plan, if that's okay then. So obviously that will align with the priorities within the strategy, so we can establish a financial plan over the medium term and taking into account the influences on that strategy and budget, whether it's national, regional or operational, as set out in the report. One of the key influences, though, is the growing expectation for mayoral combined authorities, particularly from the English devolution paper, as well as the impact of local growth plans, which will be needed to factored in when the details do become more clear. Paragraph 2.16 of the report highlights some of the key announcements for mayoral combined authorities as part of the English devolution white paper, which includes creating in law the concept of a strategic authority to which powers will be assigned, and ultimately integrated settlements will also be provided. So we go back to our main budget report. Since the draft report was published in November for consultation, there has been a number of changes to budget. Primarily, these are funding changes as government announce grants as they go through the main settlements. But there are also some technical amendments. The technical changes include refreshed council tax numbers as we're receiving the council tax base information through from our constituent councils, and also changes to Treasury management for the latest interest rates and cash flow assumptions. And also, it does acknowledge the decision regarding the £2 fare cap in 24-25 on the use of the BSIP for that year. New funding announcements that we have taken into account include the Bus Service Improvement Plan grant of 10.2 million, of which 3.6 million is revenue, which includes 125,000 set aside for capacity funding, and then there is 6.6 million for capital funding as part of that. There's a further transitional year of UK Shared Prosperity Fund from a national pot of 900 million, and that's an allocation of 3 million revenue and 1.4 million capital for the combined authority. Of that capital sum, around 0.8 million is a result of a 22% top up just for mayoral combined authorities. And paragraph 2.48 of the report refers to this and also references the 3 pillars in relation to UK SPF of people and skills, local business and community in place, with the intention as well looking forward that there is a sharper focus on culture and the visitor economy linked to regional destination management plan and the new local visitor economy partnership. Obviously, there has been and there will continue to be discussions with constituent councils on the use of this funding to enable a full investment proposal for the use of the grant to be drawn up. We're currently awaiting details for the Rural England Prosperity funding. We've not heard anything on that yet. So as soon as we are aware of that, then we will Authority is very pleased to be a recipient of the new Youth Guarantee Trailblazer funding of £5 million. It's anticipated 25-26. We're one of only 8 areas to be asked to lead on this, and we hope to see further funding secured as part of the comprehensive spending review later this year. The Trailblazer seeks to provide tailored support for 18 to 21-year-olds who may need additional help with employment and access to local education and training. The Combined Authority will be working in partnership with constituent councils again, and training and other providers, Job Centre Plus and the Career Service, as well as employers, trying to make better connections across the system and to the young people in the region. We are in receipt, in fact, we've actually just been paid into £100,000 upfront funding in support of the new Connect to Work at Get Britain Working funding, which is seeking to engage over 1,800 adults at its peak, and which those adults that are economically inactive due to disability or a health condition. Again, the final allocation of the grant funding is still to be determined for this, but it's intended that we will commence work on this in 24-25, and therefore what we're proposing is that around 10,000 of this is placed into 24-25, with the remaining 90,000 into 25-26. Obviously, if that varies, we'll either accelerate it forward or we will carry it over into the subsequent year. Employers' National Insurance, as I'm sure you're all aware, the increased cost in this, and that this was agreed to be funded through government. The government has confirmed that all combined authorities will receive this funding in support of the cost of the Employers' National Insurance, as indeed local councils have. They have said it is included within the 550 million allocation for local government in support of this. However, we don't yet have a mechanism of how that can come through to combined authorities, and we're waiting for that guidance to come through from government. Highways capital funding, there is made up of 27.5 million of baseline funding plus an additional 10 million, which is split across Cambridge County Council and Peterborough City Council as the highways authorities. That's set out within the report, and it's just to point out that will be a mayoral decision within the report for the allocation of that. But as I said, the conversation has also taken place with those particular authorities as well regarding the split of that funding. There are some specific spending requests within the report which members are asked to approve, namely the use of the BSIP revenue funds to support the extension of the fare cap until December 2025, when the current national cap is set to end. The proposal is to set a cap for £2 for the period April to June 25 and £2.50 for July to December 25. This follows on from the cap of £2 approved by the board to cover the period January to March 2025, and paragraphs 2.54 and 2.55 of the report set out the detail of that. There is also a request to approve delegation to the Chief Executive to utilise the Programme Response Fund in 24-25 and 25-26 to support the authority with its capacity to move at pace to help deliver the English Devolution White Paper. And it's further proposed that any underspend in 24-25 against that budget is carried over for use in 25-26 in an earmark reserve in order to support that. Again, this is set out in the report in paragraphs 2.35 and 2.36. Other than the changes that I've outlined above, the budget is essentially the same as that brought forward as part of the draft proposals in November, and the key assumptions are set out in Appendix B to report. And this includes the assumption that the mayoral precept will be retained at its current level, which has now been confirmed. As stated when the draft report was produced, the transport budget does include assumptions regarding bus franchising. However, this is not intended to predetermine this decision, but instead to illustrate the affordability of franchising to members of the board based on the business case that was submitted to the Bus Reform Work Programme. And as I'm sure you're aware, the report on bus reform will be brought to board in February for that. So both the revenue plan and capital programme are set out in the report. The capital programme, as mentioned as well at the draft stage, has been reviewed with some changes made to the profile of planned spend, as shown in Appendix F, and the majority of which, as I say, were already included in the draft budget. Any approvals that do get made through the Single Assurance Framework process have been recognised within the capital budgets, and throughout the year there may also be further approvals through the SAF process, and these will be notified to board either to note or for approval depending upon those sums. And finally, the budget has been subject to consultation and scrutiny. I think, as mentioned earlier regarding this, there were just over 1,000 responses to the consultation. Of these, 767 or 76% of the responses came as a collection of emails and only answered the 3 questions around the mayoral precept. The majority of responses, around 72%, expressed disagreement, including strong disagreement with the budget proposals and MTFP, with 1 in 10 expressing support. The rest were neutral. In relation to the mayoral precept, we've already discussed that, but just to confirm that 50% supported keeping the precept at its current level and 31% strongly opposed it. When asked about the 4.99% increase, as mentioned previously, 94% of respondents were opposed to this. And then also we did ask about awareness of the combined authority, of which 8 out of 10 respondents said they were familiar with its work and 2/3 expressed some familiarity with its future vision. In terms of the comments, there were some concerns around value for money and resource distribution. However, there were supportive comments regarding transport investment. And again, Appendix G has the detail on that. Appendix G also sets out the findings of the Overview and Scrutiny Committee on the budget, and that's referred to in paragraphs 2.25 to 2.26. The Scrutiny Committee was formally held on the 16th of January and considered all the updates the budget has set out here. And it's just to point out that a member of the Scrutiny Committee stressed the importance of support for care experienced individuals when considering the use of the new Youth Guarantee Trailblazer grant, and the Mayor, who was in attendance at the committee, committed to feeding this back to the service lead, which indeed he has now done. But it was acknowledged that any use of the funding would be subject to the grant conditions which we're yet to receive. So that was noted as well at the committee. So just to conclude, the recommendations are at the front of the report and associated voting arrangements are also set out. And I, and indeed my colleagues, are happy to take any questions. Thank you. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Thank you for the introduction. So at this point, I believe I can move the recommendations and we're going to then take the amendment. Is that right?
Move for the second recommendations and then you can read the.
Well, I'm obviously going to move the recommendations and I'm looking for a seconder. I'll take that from yourself, Lucy. And now the elephant in the room, that we've had an amendment. So thank you, Councillor Bailey, for what, sorry, when he was in. Thank you, Councillor Bailey. You've kindly provided this amendment. Obviously appreciate it was very much at the last minute, but you know, I'm sure you may explain as to why that is the case. Look, I've always said when it comes to working at the combined authority, I've always wanted to do politics differently, you know, so if it means that taking an amendment even at the last minute, I want to do politics collaboratively, do it with care, do it with cooperation, hopefully then we can all deliver for the whole of the community. So if you bring your amendment forward, I'm assuming you're proposing it.
Eventually, yes.
Okay. Yeah. Okay. And you need a seconder, which I believe will be Councillor Bowden. Is that correct, Councillor Bowden?
Mayor.
And so now we are in the room where we are able to have accepted the amendment for discussion. So Councillor Bailey, if you want to speak to it, and then obviously after that, Councillor Bowden.
Thank you very much. I did mean to say earlier when I spoke first time, welcome to East Cambridgeshire, because I do think it's the first time we've been in East Cambs under the current administration, which is rather surprising, but it's nice to be here with the cathedral and the river and everything. So thank you for coming to East Cambridgeshire. It's lovely to have the combined authority here, and I hope those that drove here have prevailed themselves of the free parking facilities, which are provided by the local council. So, first an apology. I recognise that this has been given to you late. That is through no fault of our own. We have tried very hard to get this amendment together in a timely fashion. I always try and get amendments out in advance because it's just a courtesy thing to do. And between us officers and and us members have struggled to get hold of the correct information. And we were hoping to put a rather more ambitious amendment, but the limitations on the data that we've had and the time available in which we got it have restricted us somewhat. But nevertheless, we've managed to get something tabled that we're pleased with. I hope it isn't considered to be an elephant. You know, we think it's important to scrutinise the budget and do our job where we think we can make improvements. But obviously, I want to say that, you know, we do seem to be obsessed of late around this table about buses. And the combined authority does the most enormous amount more than bus services. And this budget is reflective of that. And I will be saying some comments when we get to the substantive motion on the rest of the budget. But our amendment does talk about transport issues particularly. And obviously the Mayor himself has been very focused on bus services. So it is a very simple amendment. So I hope it's not caused, you know, it's not like we've put a great big long complicated amendment at the last minute. So this is based on the fact that, you know, the combined authority has adopted a benchmark of £12 per passenger journey that we are supposed to restrict ourselves to in terms of putting in public subsidy for bus services. And it has to be said, the vast majority of our services that we're subsidising are running within that. And I want to acknowledge the hard work that officers have put in, particularly over the last 12 months, but over a longer period of time, to try to improve our bus routes and ensure that they are performing at sustainable and justifiable levels of public expenditure. And there are certainly some success stories in there and coming, I know. The notorious 7A has been combined with home to school transport service. Absolutely the right thing to try and do. We used to do it when I was a member at Cambridgeshire County Council. We had some real success stories. The proof will be in the pudding when we get more up-to-date public passenger data, I think, to see whether it's just being used by the kids or whether the general public is still getting on it. Otherwise, it's just a sort of glorified home to school transport service. So, but absolutely the right thing to try. And I want to acknowledge that there is work going along across all our subsidised routes trying to do that sort of thing. However, despite those best efforts, based on the currently available data, there are certain underperforming routes which are clearly operating at utterly unrealistic and unjustifiable levels of public subsidy, which are costing the public purse far in excess of 10 times the £12 benchmark that we set ourselves and hold ourselves to. And we should be scrutinising regularly. And I think the Transport and Infrastructure Committee should perhaps, you know, put themselves to doing more work on this stuff on a regular basis. And I thank officers for their acknowledgement that they're trying to work hard to improve the data so we've got it more regularly. And I know it's been a struggle getting it out of some of the contracted providers as well, because I've been asking for specific route information, which has been difficult to get hold of. But in one case, the £12 benchmark is being exceeded over 20 times. You can't justify that. And I know Councillor Bowden's going to talk more about that in a second. So I also want us to note as a board that, you know, the Mayor is proposing in this budget to increase the transport levy on Cambridgeshire County Council and Peterborough City Council, who tell us they are very hard pressed and haven't got enough money to spend on the highways, for example, on the road maintenance. And the proposal is to increase it by 2% in this forthcoming financial year, then an additional 4% in 26-27, 4% in 27-28, and 2% again in 28-29. So that's over the term of the medium-term financial plan. And obviously, that reduces the amount that highways authorities have to carry out their activities and to maintain roads and pavements. So our recommendation is very simple. We would like the board to approve the reduction of the bus subsidy funding by £313,000 and to provide a corresponding reduction of £313,000 in the transport levy for the forthcoming year, which would be divided between Cambridgeshire County Council and Peterborough City Council using the usual 78-ish 22 split. Thank you very much, Mayor.
Yeah, thank you, Councillor Bowden. One second.
Thank you very much indeed, Mayor. I think, first of all, it's appropriate to see some successes and talk about some successes. It's all too easy to concentrate on the failures and the problems and the difficulties. Let's celebrate a bit of success to start off with, because we've had a conversation very much like this before around this table, not in this location, some 15 months ago, when we discussed the state of the subsidies at that point. And we pointed out that the famous 7A service had, that was Duxford, Whittlesford area runabout, was having a £248 per return journey subsidy, which everyone agreed just wasn't acceptable. And it got national publicity at the end of the day. In fact, part of the national publicity was really quite interesting because you know, Mayor, that I am a bit of a fanatic on buses in particular. Well, there is a website called busandtrainuser.com, which is populated by people who are far more fanatical even than I am on the subject of public transport as a whole. And they were so taken aback by the numbers which came out 14 months ago that one of their leading lights, Roger French, whom you may have heard about before, actually came down here with his concessionary pass, it has to be said. He came down here and tried some of the routes for himself and wrote a really quite amusing article about it, explaining what had happened. And these are the people who said in their own article that they're all in favour of hypothecated taxes to support buses. But they can't be the only one having serious doubts if it means funding bus routes used by so few passengers. And it really was a ridiculous situation. The BBC gave it quite a bit of publicity as well. And even busandtrainuser.com said you'd hope these examples would provide valuable lessons. And they were talking about the 7A and the 29 for the mayor and officers at the combined authority about public funding for bus routes. Unfortunately, at that time, it didn't. And they did end up saying that it doesn't bode well for judicial financial management if the mayor proceeds with his aim of taking full control of every bus route in the region. Now, the good news is officers have worked really hard. The 29 is no more. It's been subsumed into other services, which is absolutely fine. And the 7A, as Councillor Bailey said, now has had a significant change with home to school and return usage being joined together with that, and the amount of subsidy per user has been massively reduced. And that's exactly as it should be. So I think the first thing to say is congratulations on doing that. What's a great shame is that other routes have now taken over and have even greater subsidies than that old 7A had 14 months ago. And I'm very grateful to Judith Barker for providing all of us on the board with data up until the 31st of March 24 for the gross cost, the net cost, the annual passenger journeys for all of our subsidised services. So I'm very grateful for that. And Judith was also kind enough to provide me with the current proposed gross cost of each individual service as well. And taking those figures, which are the best figures we've got, and I'm a little bit unhappy about that in a sense, because, Mayor, I think that really, when we look at what used to happen in the County Council when they were responsible, the County Council, as I recall, produced monthly figures of passenger numbers on their subsidised services so that all members could see what we were getting for the money we were spending. And I really think, Mayor, it would be useful for us to get back to that at some stage so that we, especially the Transport and Infrastructure Committee, we can actually see what we're getting for the money that we're spending. But thanks to Judith Barker for the information she's provided, and we find some really uncomfortable numbers in there. And I'm going to give 3 examples, Mayor, because I think it is important to just see what we're talking about here. If you look at the bus 8A, which is run by Stevenson's of Essex Limited, and by the way, I'm making no criticism of the operators of these services at all. They're not responsible for the commissioning of them. But on the 8A, which goes from March in Fenland to Cottenham, and I've seen the 8A sometimes, I've never seen anyone on it, but I've seen the 8A, and I've always wondered, why would there be a service going between March and Cottenham? Well, I'm not the only person thinking that. There's one return journey a day, not on Sunday, but Monday to Saturday, there's one return journey a day. And the average passenger load per journey is 3.75. So not many people get on that, it has to be said. But of those under 4 individuals, the net subsidy per passenger for a return journey, how much we are paying for each passenger who has a return journey each time, is £174.34. And it would pay us to get each one of them a taxi to use it for where they want to go. It can't be justified when you multiply that up 6 days a week it comes to a total gross cost now of £200,586 a year for fewer than 4 people. And it's really difficult to justify. The one thing I will say, which is good, is that we've been able, and officers have been able, to keep the overall cost of the 8A down. So there hasn't been a significant increase in the contracted cost, unlike some other services. But even so, we cannot justify spending so much money on so few individuals. Having over £50,000 a person a year for a bus service, when you have so many other bus services which need operating, and for that matter, we have other uses of public funds, such as, for example, filling in potholes. I think probably Bridget would explain to us. And it goes from Haslingfield to Royston in the morning and comes back at lunchtime. So it's a shopper's bus. And only on a Wednesday, so it's not often. It also has a very low passenger load per journey, fewer than 4 people, 3.85 people per journey. So again, it's not very much used, but the net cost to us in the year, it's the same as the gross cost because we don't get any fares from it, is £48,678.24. Again, you're talking there about a net subsidy per passenger on a return journey of £243.39. Now, it only operates 1 day a week, so the total amount of money involved is only, I say only, 48,000. But that still is more than £12,000 per person who uses it each year. And that is really, again, really difficult to justify on what is a relatively short journey, a journey which couldn't be done in any other way, I believe, by public transport, I have to say. I'm sure Bridget would tell me that. But it's still an inefficient use of public money when there are so many other users. And I'm sorry to say, Mayor, the top of the list this time is our bus 204, run by Star Cabs. It runs between Isleham and Newmarket, has 1 return journey a day, just Monday to Friday. And on that, the current gross cost for that, what I've been told, is £74,500. I have to say the gross cost in 23-24 was only £49,500. So the gross cost has gone up from £49,500 to £74,500. And it doesn't even manage to get on average 1 passenger per journey. The average passenger load is 0.96 passengers per journey, 250 days a year, £74,500 pound gross cost, just over £68,000 net cost, with a net subsidy per passenger journey, per passenger return journey, of £285.42. We should be providing that individual on those days that individual actually uses the service, since clearly there are some days when no one uses the service at all. But we clearly should be providing that person with a luxury limousine, and we'd save an enormous amount of money compared with the £285.42 where we are subsidising the journey between Isleham and Newmarket. Now, we see other cases like the bus 15 I talked about before, Haslingfield to Royston, where the gross cost has gone up, and this is a reflection of the actual costs which are suffered by the bus operators. The gross cost of that one was £22,270, Mayor, and the current gross cost is £48,678. It's more than doubled in such a short period. And it's no wonder that we now find ourselves in a position that we are giving subsidies not just in excess of that £12 per journey that we were meant to, but massively in excess of that. And the purpose of this amendment is to highlight these items and to say we need to concentrate better on ensuring that where subsidy is provided, it's provided in an economic fashion. £285.42 per return journey for one individual is, for each individual who uses it, is not a proper use of public money, in my opinion. We're proposing this time, because it's the only way we can technically do it, to bring an amendment forward that the amount of money equivalent to those 3 services, that is £313,000, that go instead to reducing the levy on our 2 principal authorities with responsibility for transport, so that they could use that in an appropriate way. And I hope to be used for more potholes to be filled, but it's very finances of the unitary authority and the county council are very difficult. But Ultimately, what I really am hoping is that this authority will look more carefully at what subsidy it's actually providing per passenger journey, per individual, and rationalise that not to reduce the amount of money being provided as subsidy, but to divert that subsidy to those areas where there is a significantly greater demand for a bus service, so that we utilise the money which we've got available in a more sensible way. My understanding is, I may be proved wrong on this, but my understanding is that this motion, this amendment may get approval, may get support from the board. And if it does, I'm extremely grateful. But I hope that everyone understands the larger picture that we're asking for here. We know that it may not be that these three individual services may not be the ones which are able to be changed because of contractual arrangements. But nevertheless, looking at those areas where we do have very high, excessively high, unsustainably high public subsidy on passenger return journeys, looking at those and diverting that money so that it's utilised more effectively is the whole purpose of this amendment. And I do look forward to it receiving the support of the whole board. Thank you very much indeed, Mayor.
Okay.
Debate just on the amendment.
So
Could I raise a point of information, please, before we go forward?
Yep.
I just wanted to check some of that passenger data, because some of that sounds like it's not up to date, and I wondered if perhaps Judith would be able to just clarify whether the passenger data that Councillor Bowden is referring to is the up-to-date data.
Information. This is the information which is most up to date and has been made available to all of us by Judith only on Friday. And it's not as up to date as I would like, but we can only make our decisions based on the most up to date data that we are given. And this is the most up to date data that we've been given, Mayor.
just want to make sure about that, Judith. Is there anything else you wanted to add? Obviously, haven't shared the email with us.
I just wanted to, in response there, just to clarify, the data that I circulated on Friday to board members was 23-24 data collated in May 2024, and then down the right-hand side column there was some updates about further work, which indeed has been mentioned in the discussion. We were then subsequently asked to supply some further information about net and gross figures on particular routes, which we circulated yesterday, I believe. Oh, sorry, the gross figures, apologies. We circulated the gross figures yesterday. Those gross figures are for the 24-25 year. So I think it's worth just stressing the passenger numbers are based on 23-24, and then the gross routes is on 24-25, just for clarity.
Councillor Bailey.
To that, I thought we'd requested the forthcoming year financial figures. You're saying that the gross cost was from the existing financial year, not the forthcoming financial year. Thank you. Makes sense, Judith. The point of clarification I wanted to make in relation to these three routes in particular, and really we're highlighting these routes just, because they are the worst examples. We're not picking on these routes. We're saying that we need to be much more all over this stuff. But these three routes in particular, the narrative, what's important to understand is that although this is data that was collated in May 24, the narrative in the right-hand column shows that no changes have taken place since then to these routes. So they're not suddenly likely to have changed radically in their passenger numbers. They've been performing at these levels for a very long time poorly, and no changes have been taken on any of those three routes to make them perform any better since the 24 data was collated.
We're open to debate. Is that right in this? Yep. Okay. Councillor Conboy.
Doesn't help if you click the computer button, because that doesn't turn the microphone on. Thank you very much. Thank you very much for the amendment, and thank you very much for explaining. Obviously, it is late in the day. But thank you for the explanation as to why, and the clarity about what you're trying to achieve from it, because I think the explanations you've given really do help all of us in our decision making here, and equally those that then will be watching online. I find myself in an uncomfortable position because lots of the explanation you have given, I wouldn't have an issue with. You know, I think all of us want to know that the money goes as far as possible, is used as effectively as possible, and I have no issue with that as a principle. I think it's the right principle about public money. What I am concerned about is, because I don't know how this will work for the levying authorities, I have some reservations about being able to support it today. So I'm going to be a little bit radical here. I think, Mayor, in the earlier debate, I asked about sort of future, what we might do about future, particularly around rural transport. Some of these routes, I think my geography is reasonable. I think some of these are fairly rural routes. I'm hoping that going forward, regardless of the pure financials here, that we will look at all of our routes, and where actually a reconfiguration is appropriate, or a rethinking of a service. Because actually, I'm suspecting that if the take-up isn't great, whilst this is a valuable service to some, it might be an even more valuable service if the route was subtly reconfigured, because I'm guessing we might be able to pick up more transport passengers that actually really would like it. So I'm not going to support the motion. I'm going to abstain, but please don't take that as a negative. It is simply I actually think this is partly for the precepting authorities, but I am very much in principle of us continuing to look at all of our routes to try and get value for money for the public's expenditure, but equally to just get more people using the services. So I hope that that's at least helpful in terms of direction of the work that we'll be doing as an authority.
Can I just make a point, and I need Judith back up the table with regard to these particular routes? Sorry, you're backwards.
I wonder if we should just leave Judith.
These contracts, once they were set up, how long do they run for, and how, obviously I know there's points of when they get renewed and everything, but these particular ones are because ultimately I acknowledge what was said at the start by the people presenting the thing, is that an awful lot of work, very successful work, has been done. And I think one of the problems here is we ask an awful lot of you and your team, because the sentiment of what's been shared, we all agree with. So I'm kind of, if out of this, one of the things is it lands on the chief executive saying the board is asking for a more rigorous, be it monthly review of these routes, it's good that it's brought to attention on a regular basis, be it through the TIC. But also, if fundamentally there isn't enough time for the poor old officers to kind of do it, and there has been a sense of these are contracts that have been already set up, I'm very intrigued to know about all of those. I mean, how long have they run for in the terms of length of time? The famous 7A, I think, had been running for forever. So, the challenge would be going back to, it was running like that when there was a Conservative county council, as much as there was in terms of a joint administration. So it's something that we're learning about. So, sorry, lots of questions there. Could you clarify?
Yes. So to answer your first question, well, actually, just to go back on what I said earlier, because I wanted to check and confirm the dates I gave. The passenger data that was all the data that was circulated on Friday, I can confirm is 23-24. The data that I circulated yesterday, I can confirm is 24-25. However, we're not, because of what I'm about to say, that can be extrapolated to 25-26, because the contract length that we use currently is a 1+1 contract. So it's 1 year plus another year. So therefore, if it was correct in 24-25, it's broadly the same. So we have a review point 12 months in. So that's the approach that we've used. In other places, they tend to have longer contracts of maybe up to a 3+2. But the model that we currently use, because of the way we're funding and looking at this at the moment, and has been used historically, is 1+1. So that was the first point. The second point about the importance of monitoring and evaluation. Absolutely, that's something that as a team and as a directorate, we are really committed to and have to be committed to, and indeed are held to account by, overview and scrutiny have been really clear with me about the importance of that data coming forwards, both in terms of their conversations on bus reform, but also much more on the metrics that come forward. So in order to assist that, we're now working closely with Kate's team, the Policy and Insight team, to make sure we've got more robust monitoring, both of the local transport and connectivity plan and the delivery of those matrices, but also specifically on buses and on the preset routes, so that we are much more able to bring more up-to-date information forward on those points. What we are also doing, two things that are important in that context. One is we have produced, and it will be coming to TIC in March, a draft network plan, which is the first time that's been created, I understand, in probably about 15 years. So we can all see the routes that are there and their frequency. And then when we understand that better, which I think we all collectively do across all of the constituent authorities, that will hopefully aid us in terms of the future planning, both enabling places that currently aren't connected to be more connected, and also making sure that where there's duplication, that we can look at how that's run more efficiently and effectively going forward. Secondly, one of the really important things we want to do is to redo the table that we circulated on Friday for using the 24-25 data. So that would be in May 2025, to be able to circulate so that we do fully understand the latest information. Finally, we'd like to include a social return on investment element to that as well, so we can actually see some of the wider benefits and attribute, well, to look at whether any of those wider benefits could be attributed. So I can confirm that monitoring and evaluation is an important piece of our future work, Mayor.
Thank you. Councillor Bridget Smith.
Thank you very much indeed. So I'm in agreement with everything that Councillor Comboy said. I shall abstain because I simply don't have enough information on which to make a judgment. So, slightly ironically, earlier on this meeting, we heard complaints about the lack of rural bus services, and now we're hearing objections to the cost of providing those rural bus services, when actually the conversation we should be having is what we as a combined authority should be doing to increase the ridership on all of the buses throughout the whole of our area. And the advantage of doing that is obviously that more people benefit. The impact on inequality is optimised. The benefit to our economy and our environment is increased, as well as the benefit to those commercial companies who are running the services. So, the reason why we don't have a decent rural bus service is that they are not commercially viable. And, ever since, I've been thinking about buses, which is many years now, they have had to be subsidised. There's no other way that they survive. So, what we need, I'm a great believer in evidence-based decision making. So, we've potentially got a decision here without the information about how many roads will be maintained, how many potholes will be filled, how many bus services and journeys will be jeopardised. But, what we haven't talked about, what nobody's talked about, is the impact on people, the impact on our residents. Because, those people, many of those people on these buses will be people who have no choice but use public transport due to poverty, disability, and numerous other things. And we are potentially taking away that, that lifeline that deals with isolation, particularly for people living in rural areas, and which does something to address the huge inequalities we're seeing in our areas. So, we can't take decisions like these lightly, because they have an impact on other people's lives. So I think there's three of us have been around long enough to probably remember the single mother from, I think, Melbourne, who came to talk to us about her children who, because of the lack of a bus service, were not able to access their Saturday jobs, which I think were in McDonald's in Cambridge. And, the money they earned from that contributed not just to their own pockets, but to the household pockets. So, those could be the people who are losing that service. It may be a disabled person who has no other way of accessing work. It could be a young person wanting to either get to their Saturday job or get to college, or a child who has no other way of visiting a grandparent. So, as I say, we can't take these decisions lightly because they affect real people's lives. And I think, Mayor, that sometimes we risk taking decisions solely based on cost and not on the value of what's being delivered.
That's what I said. Cost of everything, but the value now. Right. I'm going to go to you, Councillor Singer, and then to Councillor. I'm just mindful that we have to keep Corsi in the bigger thing. So over to you, Councillor Singer.
Thank you very much. It is somewhat disconcerting to have an amendment kind of tabled at the table in this way on the budget, but I absolutely accept the issues that have led to that situation. There are some elements of this amendment which I have significant reservations about, but I am expecting to support it, and I will explain why. The things that I have concerns about are largely in the first paragraph, which I think is particularly based on, we've just had a discussion about the data, and Chris is absolutely right that it would be really nice to have better up-to-date data on all of this stuff. I'm sure everybody around this table would agree with that. At the moment, we do not have that. And I think in order to be able to get it, it would require a vast amount of work. I think that work may well be needed over the next year or two anyway, because as I will come on to talk about, we will, as a combined authority, be making some very significant decisions in the next couple of months over whether we move to a franchise model or an enhanced partnership model. In either case, we will need to have a different relationship with our bus operators, and we will need to have better data about all of this stuff, and the combined authority will need to increase its kind of staffing capacity and able to cope with that in many ways. So I do have reservations about that first paragraph, and particularly the third bullet point in the first paragraph, which is clear that it is based on the currently available data, but the currently available data is nearly 2 years out of date, and a lot has changed since then. But the final part, the actual thing that this recommendation does is move some money out of a bus subsidy pot into a roads maintenance pot. And as doubtless Chris and Anna were very aware, I care enormously about our roads maintenance pot. I am deeply, deeply aware that the state of the roads in Cambridgeshire in particular, and I think it's less bad in Peterborough, but in Cambridgeshire, it is shocking. And that is a result of well over a decade of reductions of government funding and a decade of managed decline. We are doing what we can in Cambridgeshire to try and turn that round. But in order to bring the road surfaces in Cambridgeshire back into a good condition, it would take £600 million, which we do not have. From that, you can tell that 300,000 is not going to change it significantly, but it will make a small difference. And on this one, I'm afraid every little tiny bit is something that I'm going to welcome. So I am going to support this amendment because I am going to try and do everything I can to help get every extra pothole filled across Cambridgeshire that I can. And I would like to say that this is not the first bit of debate that there's been between Cambridgeshire and the combined authority on how much money we should be getting to fill our potholes. And you will be doubtless pleased to know that the staff at Cambridgeshire County Council have been having interesting discussions with the staff at the combined authority about how the levy formula works and where the money comes in. Those conversations happen mostly behind closed doors, but we are having them. We want to get every penny we can in to try and make sure we are doing what we can to try and improve the condition of our roads, because it is shocking. But some of that is definitely about having a different conversation with government about how they provide funding for it, because at the moment we just can't manage it. However, I think that's probably what I needed to say. I will be supporting the amendment, but with distinct reservations about particularly that third bullet point at the top, which I think is based on very outdated data. Thank you.
Thank you. Obviously, on the point about funding from the combined authorities, obviously we did receive a significant uplift from the government to add to the funding formula that we already have. But Councillor Anna Smith, you've indicated you want to speak.
Yeah, and actually, of necessity, this will need to be in two parts because I need an answer to my first question before I can come up the other bits. So my first question is, Janice, can you absolutely confirm to us that if we are to accept this amendment today, that there will be no impact on any of our planned or current services? So, for example, this will not impact the Tiger card. This will not impact any proposals that we may wish to make elsewhere in the budget on the £2 fare cap, and that this will not impact the necessity to go back out to re-procurement for some of the Tiger routes as examples. But can I have your absolute assurance that we can find the money?
Thank you, Councillor. Yes, in terms of it being a 25-26 issue, yes, that is. I think there will be a need to return to this in 26-27, aligned to the review of the bus routes anyway, and to see what that work brings back as part of that, alongside other work that's ongoing in terms of setting the budget at that point in time. But certainly in terms of 25-26, yes, we're able to support that. Thank you, Chair. Sorry, thank you, Councillor.
Thank you. And that's really helpful because everything else I'm going to go on to say is predicated on that. So, first of all, I do want to come back again to this issue of this being tabled at the meeting. And the reason I do is because there are things here which are not about the data charts that we have been received. I think it would have been entirely possible to have got in touch with the Mayor or with myself as the chair of the TIC to give heads up about the kind of issues that you were looking to bring as an amendment, so that we could have been prepared on the broader issues here. And I think it's a shame to have a whole amendment tabled as a complete surprise on the day. So I think that's disappointing. And I think we do as a board need to do everything we can to try and avoid this kind of thing. I think quite a lot of issues, but my main concern with this, I have, given what Janice has said, I have absolutely no concern at all about us being able to find a bit more money for our colleagues in the two county councils to find money to fix potholes. I spent most of the weekend going around various places in the region talking about the plans to fix potholes in the additional funding coming. It would be deeply hypocritical of me not to support any suggestion. And I absolutely, we have a approach in this combined authority which is supposed to be working across parties for the good of our whole region. So I can't challenge at all, and I'm just looking, sorry, for my bit of paper here, which I put, there we are, that final additional recommendation. It probably won't be a surprise to anyone that I have significant concerns about the first three bullet points. There are things here which we need to do significant unpacking on. We have never formally adopted, in the way that it is phrased in some of the preamble here and in some of the presentation, there are various quality assurance factors that we have taken into account when looking at passenger journeys. This implies that there is a formally adopted cap. And that just isn't the case. And I'm very concerned about anything that goes through that would imply that. I also cannot support something that talks about a totally unrealistic and unjustified levels of public subsidies for exactly the reason that Councillor Smith has just raised, which is that I think these are big. This brings us potentially, and this is where I would just like some clarification from our monitoring officer, into making policy decisions on bus routes when actually the recommendation is around the monies. Now, I personally have no problem with us having a wider policy conversation on our metrics and looking at the routes we are already reviewing a lot of the routes that Councillor Bailey and Councillor Bowden have referred to. And I think it's really important to see what that review brings forward. But I have a concern about anything that would preempt that review and in effect block that work. So I would just like a clarification that if we are supporting this amendment, what we are in effect doing is supporting that approval of the funds. So that recommendation of the reduction of the bus subsidy funding by 313,000 and the corresponding reduction of 313,000 in the transport levy, that is what we are voting on, and that the preamble is not therefore going to be enshrined as any kind of policy change at this board, because I could not support it if we're basically changing policy on the hoof. And I would like some clarification from the MO on that, if I could. Oh.
No, sir, the monitoring officer wants to come in on that.
Clearly, if Chair, if the proposer wishes to make a personal explanation or point of order, then that's a matter for her. But in terms of what you have here, you have a recommendation to approve. There is a move nowadays more towards, if there are amendments, towards preambles. You don't have to agree with the preamble to agree with the recommendation, in my view. And from my perspective, in similar way in which you'll get a report sometimes, and you may agree with the recommendation in the report, but you might not agree with all of the content. It doesn't necessarily mean that's the case.
Okay, well, that's clear. Councillor Bailey, sorry, Mike, was it? Yeah, do it at the end. That's what I was going to say. I just want to echo that from a point of view of this. You know, if I'm agreeing to the recommendation, this proposal about shifting funds from bus subsidy to highways, and not necessarily all the other parts of the motion. As I said at the start, it's an interesting thing. You know, there's a lot of times that we are at loggerheads about this. I think this is a classic example. We probably have more in common than we have that divides us. We seem to all want to have better bus services. We want to fund them in a way that is best value for our residents. I think I would reiterate the point that I think we're on a journey, a long bus journey, which is
see if we can make that shorter.
Yeah, which is we see what the end point is, and there are things that are still legacy issues within our organisation, which I'm absolutely determined to take on board. There are criticisms in here, but I don't think we should be necessarily too critical of our officers, which I know you've made that point of several times. As such, I think it's a criticism that we've not scaled up enough in terms of capacity and also sort of oversight. So ultimately, I'm just making the note that I'm going along with this amendment as it stands, and as such, I'm going to now come back to you as the person who brought it, Councillor Bailey, if you want to say any final comments, and then we can vote. And then the point being is I'm very desperate to get the whole of the budget talked about before 1 o'clock. Is that correct? But okay, I hope you give us a bit. Over to you, Councillor Bailey.
Thank you very much, Mayor. I do just want to address some of the comments, but I'll try and keep it brief. I'm very grateful that the Mayor has recognised that we do need to provide best value, and that is absolutely what is behind the discussion that we've had, and the examples that we gave. They are just examples, but it does highlight the fact that we do need to be all over this stuff, because nobody can sit there and say that those routes are delivering best value. And in terms of the £12, I never described it as a cap. We have formally adopted a £12 benchmark. We did it when we kicked off the bus review work, which in my opinion has not completed. It's an ongoing thing, and there are many routes that have not had changes made. So I had this clarified from officers, and I've got an email that was sent to me on Monday confirming that the £12 level was adopted by the Transport and Infrastructure Committee, and it has never moved away from that. It was never adopted as a cap. It was always a benchmark, and we always recognised that there was social value on top of the £12. But going from £12 to whatever half of 285 is, £142.50 is a bit of a stretch. But you're free to make those arguments if you want. I just want to address some of the comments about Councillor Netzinger's description of many years of Tory failure of managing the roads and that we were in managed decline. Well, guess what? We're still in managed decline because we all recognise that Cambridgeshire and Peterborough have been massively underfunded in the funding formula for years and years and years. And we've all been united in fighting for a better deal for our growing county. So I don't think it's helpful. You know, the current administration at county is not facing any other difficulties that the Conservative administration didn't face. But what is different is that the Liberal Democrats and Labour at County Council voted against every single Conservative proposal to increase the highways budget that ever was put on the table. That is the difference. And you can't say that Conservatives don't try to prioritise road maintenance and road provision. We do. So I don't think that's really helpful. Councillor Smith, I apologise at the beginning that this was tabled late. We weren't able to give a heads up because we were hoping to put together a much more ambitious amendment, which would have come to you in good time. That proved to be utterly impossible through no fault of our own. We were not, we didn't have the information on which to base the amendment that we wanted to put. So we put a much more simple amendment in the time that was physically possible to do that. So, that's not helpful. In terms of data, we do have the data. I don't want anybody thinking that we don't have the data. We do have the data. The data is up to date as of May 2024. And as I stated earlier, nothing about those routes that we talked about has been changed. There've been no changes to the timetable or the routes. It hasn't gone through that 7A reform that has produced a good result. So it is absolutely reasonable to assume that it's operating at similar sort of levels that they have done for a very long time. One thing I did want to just mention for officers. It came to my attention recently and I never knew this, but when concessionary fares, because obviously this authority pays for concessionary fares, when we receive funding for that from government and we kind of allocate it, it's only ever allocated on a formula. It's not actual people getting on buses. I naively always assumed that an older person got on a bus and showed their bus pass and got logged somewhere, but no. So my plea around the data is I think it would be really wrong to start allocating, we have to take it into consideration, but you cannot start allocating concessionary fare riders onto individual routes when we don't know that they're real. And that would give us a really false picture if we're not careful. And that is my plea, that we have some other way of recognising concessionary fares, not allocating just based on some formula on all the routes. Otherwise, that would really skew our data and not enable us to provide best value. Councillor Bridget Smith said that we should be focusing on increasing ridership. Yes, but you can't make a silk purse out of a sow's ear. And if we've got a route that is a sow's ear that nobody wants to use and still nobody wants to use it, there's no earthly point in continuing it. Let's provide them with a route that people do want to use and is useful at the timetable.
Councillor Bailey, can we go to the vote? I'm really keen about the whole budget.
I want to say that, in terms of value for money, because there's been a lot said about continuing with these levels of subsidy, I just want to put it on the table that what we've been talking about in these three routes is 9 sort of passengers at 313,000 of public subsidy, which is 35,000 per passenger per year. No one can look residents in the face and say that's best value. It's just not. And it is something maybe our audit committee should take an interest in as well. And rest assured, Councillor Smith, in terms of the Isleham, the Combined Authority has come to the rescue because we have the Tiger on Demand service. It's gone live, it's available. So that gives even more focus on why we should be looking at these unsustainable routes, because they do have another option. So thank you for supporting our amendment. It's come as a great surprise to me, for sure. And I'm really pleased. And it's great that the County Council and the Peterborough City Council have a tiny little bit extra money for their road maintenance.
Okay, so we're going to a vote on the amendment. It's obviously been moved and seconded. It's been discussed at length, and I am completely lost with all my papers. So, Alison, do you have to take the vote, do you? Or just,
thank you, Mayor. As it's an amendment to the budget, we'll take this one as a recorded vote.
Okay.
So as I did before, if I call out your names in alphabetical order by surname, and I won't forget you, Lucy, this time, I promise. If you can just turn your microphones on and say whether you're for, or against, or abstaining. So Councillor Anna Paul.
For.
Your mic's off.
Mayor Nick Johnson.
For.
Councillor Dennis Jones.
For.
Councillor Lisa Nessing.
For.
Councillor Anna Smith.
Yes, on the recommendation for.
Councillor Bridget Smith. Abstain. And Nitin Patel. Thank you very much. So.
Yeah. Yep. So that means it's passed. Yep. Okay. So just, do you want to clarify that on?
Yes, and I can move to the general debate, subject to the amendments which are at F and G. At F, the amended or the substantive motion now will be as set out, subject to adding at the end of F, subject to the reduction of the bus subsidy funding by 313k and a corresponding reduction of 313,000 in the transport levy to be divided between Cambridge County Council and Peterborough City Council using the existing formula. And now in terms of how it changes G, because of the change in the figures, please bear with me because I'm not the maths person in the room. So it's to approve the transport levy for 2025-26 totaling £13,726,563 with £10,048,640 for Cambridgeshire County Council and from Cambridge County Council and sorry, it's been a long morning already. 3,667,077. Okay, sorry. I told you I wasn't the maths person. 677,923 from Peterborough City Council. Apologies. Thank you, Chair.
Sorry, are you going to say well done on the maths?
Absolutely and completely. But as far as item G is concerned, would it not be necessary to add a few words after 2%? So instead of approving a 2% increase, we'd be approving a 2% increase less 313,000.
Do you want
So the net result would be a 0.27% reduction in the transport levy. So yes, we could replace the 2% increase with a 0.27% reduction. because that's the net impact.
Okay. And relax. So just to put this in context, it's very important that we have Dennis in the room, and they're all in the room for the full financial plan. So we can now open the debate report and debate all of the recommendations, noting the amendment that's gone before. So, okay, hello, Councillor Bridget Smith.
Thank you. I'd just like some clarification in relation to 2.23 on the UK Shared Prosperity Fund, please, which has, recently been passported down to the member councils very successfully, where it's been wisely used. There's a sentence that says, this is on the fourth line, there's been a consolidation of funds, fund allocation to MCAs, which is to allow for the transition to more MCA-wide determined approach across the programme. What does that mean? Does that mean that combined authorities are going to be hanging on to this money? Yeah, so I just need to know what it means, because if that's the case, then not wildly keen on that.
Okay. Because I know this kind of went out through emails at the end of last week. Rob, over to you.
So the change and consolidating of funding, and one of the few things that government have done for this round of funding is to not show allocations per council levels as they have before on UK SPF. They have giving it where there's MCAs, they're giving it at an MCA level, and they've given an uplift if you have an MCA, which is what that says, about 22%. What we are doing is the value is under £5 million. So the plan is to take something to investment committee, because we obviously want to get this in place before the new financial year. and looking at, and later on in the report, it highlights some things that this money could be used for. So, for instance, the local visitor economic partnership, which is something that we are looking at across the whole of the region, as well as some other projects. And there is a project officer meeting tomorrow, which Richard, who's in the room, will be talking to all of your officers in your councils about schemes that you may well have that you would hope to use UK SPF for, which you have done in the past and has been passported through as you described, Councillor Smith. But we recognise we've got a very short window. It's a transition shaping of funding from government, and we also are taking into account that the Gateway review of ourselves said try and look at strategic projects across areas, not always smaller projects. So we're trying to get somewhere in the middle of that in a very short window so that we can start to use that money across the region in next financial year. But those details will come through the investment committee, and prior to that through your officers and teams in terms of what that will look like.
Do you want to come back to that, Councillor Smith?
Thank you. So I think there's some risk around this. I'm not terribly happy if these decisions are just going to sit with the investment board. I think these need to be board so important. What worries me, and I appreciate what they say about strategic, significant strategic projects, but we've shown in this area, we know from the SPEAR report that we have 3 distinct economies, all of which need to be fed. And there's a risk here, I think, that there will not be a fair distribution of the money throughout our whole region. And I think, and also, those of us within the local authorities, as they are now and whatever they turn into in the next couple of years, we are the people with the local connections and the understanding of our economies. And, the reality is we understand our local economies better than the combined authority does, because, we are much closer to them. And I think losing the expertise and the knowledge of local economies at our level, which this potentially does, this potentially keeps the money well away from us and well away from those businesses which can benefit from which could be the unicorns of tomorrow. So I think there's considerable risk about this, and I think we need to have a proper debate as a board about it in order to set up our policies and our strategies for how we deal with this money, rather than just accepting a sort of diktat from central government, because it's all becoming very worryingly centralised. And this is another move towards centralisation. So I sit, if I may just deviate slightly, so I sit on the LGA's task and finish group on devolution and local government reform. And, we had a long debate yesterday about how, what was in the white paper actually is moving quite a lot of stuff up into these strategic authorities. And actually it's going to be down to each of the strategic authorities to be pushing the stuff back down. But, so we need to talk about that, about, how this authority is going to be dealing with that and making sure that we don't lose the expertise, the resource. We're very small, and actually, as I've said before, in relation to the zero carbon villages, we have expertise within our authorities, which this body does not have, and which this body would be well advised to capitalise on. So, as I say, that's rung lots of alarm bells for me. Thank you.
I guess I know Rob's indicated that's why we moved on from the SPEAR. We had the shared ambition work, and that was about embedding that sense of shared ambition and indeed working practices together. Over to you, Rob.
So I want to just come back on a couple of things. So I'm not saying that the combined authority is holding on to the money. We're looking at projects and working with your officers in terms of what that could look like, and it could be a mixture, but we do also want to recognise, 1, the timescales, 1 year transition, and 2, that the Gateway review was clear about the need for the authority and for you as a board to consider more strategic regional projects rather than some of the smaller ones. I'm hoping we can get a mix with the time that we have to do this. I think the point about the investment committee was agreed by this board in terms of delegations, has representatives from this room or who you as councils have decided to put on. It has every single council represented on it and the business board as well. And the delegations and the setting up of that is very clear that anything under 5 million is a decision that the investment committee can make. However, the investment committee can decide not to make that decision and ask for it to be referred to the board for final decision. Normally under 5 million, it would be noted rather than formally approved by the board. But there is time with our committee calendars and what we've got that, I think the investment committee's mid-Feb. We have a board meeting in March where that would have come to for noting. It could come to for final approval, for discussions to be had in the background. I appreciate everything Councillor Smith says, and I'm sure other leaders. I've been talking to your chief execs about this, about how we can find the best way through with 4.8 million revenue and capital in a short window to do things that are really positive for the area. But some of those things, like the local visitor economic partnership, is something that chief execs and others and the mayor have agreed that we want to take forward. It needs some funding, so it would make sense that some of that money is perhaps used for something like that, as an example. But that doesn't mean it can't be used for some other projects as well. And there are things that have been thought around which are about impacting some of those things at a local level, but needs to be worked through with the wider officers.
Yeah, of course.
Asking for the board to make, the decision, those kind of final decisions. I appreciate they sit with investment board, but the investment board has got to work under instruction from this board on what our strategy is here. And, I'm sorry to say there is always a risk of, use my words carefully here, of, certain, of individuals with, particular vanities or passions, using these funds to pursue their own interests, which are arguably not in everyone's best interests. So just kind of thinking ahead, we just need to make sure, the board's in control of what the strategy is, please. And that's why I think we need a board level discussion. It could happen in an informal meeting. I'm quite happy with that.
Is there anything else you want to talk about with regard to the? Okay, Councillor Nessinger.
Thank you. This is about a bit of the budget that I'm really pleased about, and I just think that occasionally we should talk about the bits that we're pleased about. And this is about the Trailblazer for the Youth Guarantee, which was mentioned. I just wanted it to be said here how wonderful it is that we are getting this money to be part of the Trailblazer for the Youth Guarantee programme. That it's a massive concern nationally about rising numbers of young people, especially those with SEND who are dropping out of the education system. For these young people, the loss of education and training at the kind of crucial period in their life could have an absolutely massive impact, not only on them, but on their future employability, their future ability to be kind of net contributors to society and the wider economy. And I think making sure that we are intervening to make sure that those young people are not lost to the system, as is sometimes happening at the moment, is really important. So I'm delighted that that programme is coming to the Combined Authority. I think it's a great vote of confidence that we've been chosen to be one of the Trailblazers. And I just wanted to say, it's not, I could go on quite some length about all of the other wonderful things that we're doing in the Skills Committee, including the work on the cold spots in East Cambridgeshire and St Neots. There's a lot of really, really good stuff going on in that committee. We had a great meeting this week, but I know that there's time pressure, so I'll just stop there.
Thank you, Mayor. I know that we can't afford to lose Councillor Jones, and we've only got a few minutes, so I won't reiterate many of the things I've said over many months about what my disagreements are on the corporate strategy and some of the composition of the draft budget, and also the way in which the BSIP grant is being used. I'm not going to go into all of that now. But one thing which did puzzle me and concern me, and it's £501,000 in the medium-term financial strategy, so it's not a totally insignificant sum, is the forecasting of the net impact of the employer's national insurance increase. And the reason it concerns me is that we were told in the budget very clearly that local government, which it turns out doesn't include parish and town councils, but local government would be fully recompensed for the increase in employers' NI, at least fully recompensed in terms of their direct employers' NI. And councils around the country have found that they have been recompensed, at least in the provisional local government funding settlement, only to the tune of between 40% and 70%. And I am concerned that we're assuming that combined authorities will get 100% when local authorities didn't get that 100% which was promised, and we may be over assuming the amount of money of support that we'll get, and that rather than that 501,000, we may end up only getting 300,000. I think it's a bit incautious of us to assume that combined authorities will get the 100% promised when local authorities didn't get the 100% promised.
Obviously appreciate challenges for different things, but maybe it'll help if you have a Labour mayor speaking to the Secretary of State to the tomorrow. So about that very issue.
It hasn't helped, Mayor, for the Labour-controlled authorities when the Labour leaders of those authorities have spoken to Rachel Reeves, I'm afraid.
Okay. Yet. Councillor Bailey.
I hope the mayor isn't suggesting that Labour-run authorities get preferential treatment from the Labour government in any way. That would be completely wrong. So really, I will try and keep it quick, but I do need to, state my case on the budget. This is a very important, massive decision. It's an enormous budget, so I do want to say some things because there are a huge amount in the budget that I support and is good, but there are some fundamental things that I don't agree with and I don't support or I do have issues with. I said earlier that residents have had enough attacks, and I won't rehash that again. But I also picked up that 72% of people in the consultation actually don't agree with the overall 25-26 budget, and 71% are opposed to the 4-year term budget as well. So there are a lot of people out there citing dissatisfaction, particularly with transport and infrastructure. We all know that because it's the subject of our inboxes, and issues around rural connectivity and road maintenance is the biggie. And obviously, we've talked about bus services to death, but what I've picked up is that there's going to be an increase in the bus fare cap right after the election. So this budget, having all pulled us into a special meeting in December, where I couldn't agree with spending the money in the way that the board eventually agreed on, because I felt that money should be going into actual services rather than individuals who are lucky enough to have a service to ride on and get to ride for lower. I recognise it's your choice, but those figures turned out to be wrong. There's been a big provider that's increased their fare prices immediately we announced the cap, and that's caused already pressures on that budget and a £600,000 increase in the spend just for 3 months. And now this budget is saying that the bus fare cap is going to have to increase to £2.50 in July, and then it ends in December. So to me, that just illustrates the unsustainable nature of it, because it's a £6.4 million per year spend. If we were going to allocate it for the whole year and ongoing, that's the cost of it. It's enormous. Imagine the number of bus services and subsidies that you can use with that money to provide a better service for everybody, not just a lower fare for those that are privileged enough to be able to have a service. So to me, it's unsustainable and it's just short-termism, and frankly, it's electioneering. There's a similar problem with the Tiger Pass. There's no funding in there. There's no plan in this budget to fund the Tiger Pass beyond roughly sometime in the summer. The budget papers basically state that this is the wording, it will only be continued until allocated funding is exhausted. And frankly, that's going to happen just as young people need to get back to college and training. So I think this is just winging it for election purposes, frankly. And again, it's unsustainable. It's short-termism. We need to build it in longer term if that's the way that we want to prioritise spending. And I can't help but say it's coming up in February, but it's a massively important part of our budget planning. The bus franchising plans that are coming to Transport and Infrastructure Committee and us in February, are reliant on raising an additional 637 million over the term that it's modelled on, through the mayoral precept. That's more charges on council tax bills on the residents of Cambridgeshire and Peterborough. And it says in the papers, the financial resources required would be sourced from increases in the mayoral precept. And at this time, no upper limit on the amount of additional precept that could be requested has been identified. So for me, there's stuff in this budget that I just feel I can't support because it's about short-term spending spree before the election in May. And it's covering over a lot of cracks and lack of delivery over the first 2-3 years of this mayoral term. And, you know, we'll talk about bus franchising in February, but yeah, so there are elements of it that I just cannot support.
I know you indicated you want to speak.
Thank you, and I will endeavour to keep it brief. We're all obviously wanting to make sure that poor old Councillor Jones, everyone's name checking him here. Just a couple of things I wanted to pick up. First of all, I did just want to come back on something that Councillor Smith had raised, and that's around the continuation of the UK Sharing Prosperity Fund. Obviously, it's great to see the Sharing Prosperity Fund continue. It's been a fantastic initiative. Colleagues around the table probably aware of some of the initiatives that Cambridge is currently pursuing with this. That includes work on homelessness prevention, community wealth building in some of our most deprived wards in the city, support for businesses who are being displaced by development works at the moment. So some really powerful things that the UK SPF has done so far. So I was very grateful for Councillor Smith's questions of clarification from Rob. Rob, you don't need to repeat them again for me, but I did just want to get on record that from a Cambridge perspective, you know, we appreciate that plans for that coming year are going to be going to that investment committee. And we'd really like the opportunity to input into those proposals going into that investment committee so that we can ensure that constituent councils do retain a voice in this and are able to bring our expertise into the mix. So I just wanted to make that clear. And Rob, you don't have to repeat the points you've already said, but I think it's important to add Cambridge's perspective to that. There's some other things I wanted to say more broadly. There are some really fantastic, significant inputs here. Clearly, as a transport lead, you'd expect me to pick up on things like the Tiger Pass, like the fare cap. I very much challenge the suggestion that this is short term. I think the idea that we shouldn't take action because there are elections coming up, that stymies the work that this combined authority needs to do right now to support people right now. I don't think we can get on with that kind of discussion. It would just stop us doing anything meaningful for at least 1 year in 3. I think that's not tenable. I did also want to say how great it is to see the Trailblazer Youth Guarantee work in there. Absolutely echo what Councillor Netzinger has said around what a great endorsement of the skills work this combined authority is doing. That is to be part of that Trailblazer work there. From a Cambridge perspective, very pleased to see the support that came from the recent investment committee for the Greater Cambridge Impact Fund, which, despite the name, is actually likely to be giving really great support to projects right across our area. And there were also mention of things like our Creative Industries Hub and the Civic Quarter proposals, which I know are coming to a future investment committee, but are in here. Really good to see those in here. What I would say as a closing point is you are not going to improve things like transport, rural connectivity, and all of those areas if we don't put the funding in. So I'm really glad to see that we've got some fabulous proposals here with funding to match. Very, very positive budget for the year ahead. So thank you to everyone involved in putting that together.
Thank you. Anyone final to the wrap up? Okay, well, I'm going to just wrap up. In regard to the Tiger Pass, I believe it's funded to the end of the year. Okay, can you just clarify that point, Joyce?
Sorry, yes, Chair. Yeah, we from based on the latest numbers that we've received, it should enable us to facilitate the Tiger Pass until December.
That's good news. And so then also to a few comments on the fare cap. Obviously, these were arguments we had before Christmas. But just to reiterate points I've made previously and in conversations with other areas where local authorities are becoming more involved, in delivering improving public transport. Quite simply, if our longer term priority is reforming, which is what we're going to be discussing soon, how our bus network is managed, then the most immediate goal is to kind of get people out of the cars and onto the buses. And as I understand it, we're doing that. Of course, there are challenges if bus routes don't run to certain areas, but that's a starting point. And we're introducing new innovation, which was asked about earlier on. But a huge part of building a better bus system, just getting people to use it, people to understand it. That's what the Tiger Pass does. Kids who've never really got on buses suddenly are whizzing around the county and doing it very cheaply and being empowered. And they're getting used to kind of using public transport. Most of us probably used buses a lot more when we were kids, but something that comes naturally nowadays. But it can do, and it can do when they feel empowered, and Tiger Cards do that. And then when we're doing it, we may need to make sure, working with those partners, those operators, that they're dependable, comfortable, crucially affordable. That's an absolute must. That's experience teaches that across the whole of the United Kingdom. And as a final comment, safe. You know, if people are going to be using public transport, they need to feel that when they're using it, that they're safe. So in that sense, in addition to approximately 80 routes we subsidise and the 53 routes we fund via the precept, being able to boost, and I say boost as a positive way, to the national fare cap for the year ahead, be it obviously £2 for the first half and £2.50 at the later this, I believe absolutely gives us the best chance of encouraging, enabling an invaluable increase in passengers and making bus reform work going forward. So that's my only sort of response to various comments that have been made. I'm hoping we can now, in fact, no, I'm going to say it, we're going to move to the vote. So there are quite a few factors here, of which some of them will need a recording as it's the main budget. And obviously we have to acknowledge there is already an amendment which we've agreed to. So at this point, can I leave it to you, Alison? Yeah. Over to
Thank you, Mayor. Okay, so my proposal is that we'll go through each of the recommendations as at a time, and I'll ask for a show of hands on most of them. Recommendation F is the one that will require a recorded vote, so I'll do that the way I did before, calling out your names one at a time. So we'll just hopefully get through it fairly quickly. Okay, so recommendation A is just to note. Recommendation B is to approve the draft corporate strategy following its refresh, subject to the inclusion of the final financial information once the budget is approved. So can I get a show of hands for those in favour, please? Okay, those against? And no abstentions. Thank you very much. So that's 7 in favour, 2 against. Recommendation C, approve the use of the Programme Response Fund in 2024-25 and 2025-26 to support the requirements of the English Devolution White Paper, with any underspend on the fund in 24-25 being set aside in an earmarked response reserve. Can I get a show of hands for this one? Those in favour? One is unanimous. Thank you very much. Recommendation D, delegate authority to the Chief Executive to approve the drawdown on the Programme Response Fund in 24-25 and 25-26 and the earmarked response reserve in relation to costs arising as a result of addressing the English Devolution White Paper. Can I get a show of hands, those in favour? And that one looks unanimous as well. Recommendation E, approve the inclusion of the Connect to Work, Get Britain Working initial funding of 100,000 split across 24-25 and 25-26. Can I get a show of hands, those in favour? That one is unanimous. Okay, recommendation F. So this is the one that's going to have to be a recorded vote. So just as a reminder, this is to approve the draft budget for 25-26 and the capital programme and medium-term financial plan 25-26 to 28-29. Subject to the reduction of the bus subsidy funding by 313,000 and a corresponding reduction of 313,000 in the transport levy to be divided between Cambridgeshire County Council and Peterborough City Council using the existing formula. So that's the one that's been amended following the discussion earlier. So I'm going to do this one by calling out your names. So councillor Anna Bailey,
Against?
councillor Chris Bowden,
Against.
councillor Sarah Comboy, Mayor Dr Nick Johnson, councillor Dennis Jones,
For.
councillor Lucy Nestinger,
For?
councillor Anna Smith, councillor Bridget Smith, and Nitin Patel. Thank you. So that's 7 in favour, 2 against for that one. That's carried. Then so recommendation G is therefore amended following the conversation earlier. So recommendation G now reads to approve a 0.27% reduction in the transport levy for 25-26, totaling 13,726,563, which is 10,048,640 from Cambridgeshire County Council and 3,677,923 from Peterborough City Council. So can I get a show of hands for that one?
The actual wording with the font.
Yeah. It's a reduction in the levy. That was.
Right, but it wasn't, we didn't say 0.2%, because it actually, the levy is going up.
No, the levy is going down by 0.27%. Okay, yeah, so can I get a show of hands for that one, please? Those in favour? That is unanimous. Where are we at? So, the last one. Recommendation H, approve the usage of the 2025 BSIP revenue grant allocation to fund an extension of the local single journey bus fare cap beyond 31st of March 2025 as set out in paragraphs 2.54 and 2.55, noting that the additional costs associated with the £2 fare cap retention from January to March 2025 will be the first call on the transport underspend in 2024-25.
Can I do this as a recorded vote? My question. Can I record a vote on that?
Okay, so we'll do that one as a recorded vote as well. So, councillor Anna Bailey, councillor Chris Bowden,
Against.
councillor Sarah Comboy,
For.
Mayor Dr Nick Johnson, councillor Dennis Jones,
For.
councillor Lucy Nestinger,
For?
councillor Anna Smith, councillor Bridget Smith, and Nitin Patel. Thank you. So that is 7 for and 2 against. So that one is carried. The final so the next recommendation is just to note, and there is one more. Apologies. So this one is recommendation J, delegate any minor changes required to the budget before 1st of April 2025 to the Executive Director of Resources, including the inclusion of grant announcements made prior to 1st of April 2025. So can I have a show of hands for this one, please? And that is unanimous. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Okay. Guess what? We've got highlights coming next, but we're going to have a break. And I think this is where we have to depart. Is that Councillor Jones?
Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you thank you for staying. It's now just gone past 1 o'clock. Well, it's actually 1:15. How long do people want?
As short a time as possible, I guess. Yeah.
Okay, 20 minutes?
Yeah.
20 minutes. There is lunch provided.
It's just coming.
Okay.
Somewhere.
Okay, so if we can get back together 25 to 2. So, yeah, we're on. So, welcome back. Just for the record, John O'Brien from the Integrated Care Board has now left the meeting, and as for the necessity of a very long day, Councillor Dennis Jones from Peterborough has left the meeting. But we plough on, and we're going to move on to highlights, those of the Chief Executive and his report. Rob, over to you.
Thank you, Matt. Right, hopefully I don't lose my voice for you all. So thank you, Matt. As always, I'll take it that members have read the report, and I will just talk about a few elements of it within what's in there. So first of all, I'm just going to touch on the white paper, but only on the parts of it that link to mayoral combined authorities, and more importantly, to just stress the point that what we're trying to understand as mayoral combined authorities is the timing of any of this, recognising that there's things that need to be in legislation and a process for that, or anything that would need to happen sooner than that, and if that's the case, how that is communicated and how that's done. And you have just obviously agreed in the budget to give me some scope to be able to bring in resources if needed to, or work around what we need to do about certain elements of the white paper. But I think it's important that you as a board, and I will update you as a board about what we're doing on that, on what aspects of that. Linked to that, of course, is also the comprehensive spending review, and we are working on what we need to put forward. One about local growth plan, which I'll come back to in a second, but also the whole point around the capacity within mayoral combined authorities, and that's a conversation across all 12. So it's not Cambridge and Peterborough are only going and asking this question. It is a question that's being raised if things are going to change. So you'll know from your council experiences, if you get new responsibilities, you receive new burdens funding. I won't ask you whether that always covers the costs of the new burdens, but you do receive new burdens funding. And I think that's the sort of stuff that needs to be raised from a mayoral combined authority point of view in terms of what happens in the future. But also there are things that are important for our area that we have pressed on spending reviews in the past. Ely Junction's a good example, but there are other things that we want to continue to put forward for the area and the region. And that then links to local growth plan, and where we are. I know you as board members have had a separate email with a bit more detail of where we are in our conversations with MHCLG. I think the really important thing on this is, all mayoral combined authorities are probably in about the same space now. We are waiting to see a remit letter in February, and that should be the work we can then do around those elements. And I don't like the terminology so much, but these horizontal priorities, the binding constraints and challenges to growth, which then we would work through as part of comprehensive spending review submissions. And that might be slightly outside the window, the national comprehensive spending review, because that will be a continual dialogue with government departments. And most importantly, the work we are now doing on the local growth plan through the working group that would be signed off in the summer, and that local growth plan needing to include the economic analysis, investment pipeline. So you probably are aware, but officers from each council have been working with Richard and his team on the investment pipeline that we had for UK Reef last year, and assessing whether there's more work needed on it, what needs to be changed, what needs to be added. So we're doing that work in the background so we can come forward in the summer, and obviously engage with all of you before that with what our local growth plan will look like. As you know, the Homes England Strategic Place Partnership was approved by yourselves in November. We're looking hopefully for the official sign off of that in the next week or two with Homes England, and then we'll be putting the governance in place from an operational point of view to start to understand what opportunities there are across our place and investments that Homes England have been looking at and whether they're right. And the Mayor and Councillor Bridget Smith will be part of the first board to be arranged, and I know people's diaries will be busy. We haven't got that in yet, but to start to take that forward, and I think that's really important. I think equally there have been a few things that councils specifically have been dealing with Homes England on particular funding, and we have been part of that conversation and supportive of those. I mentioned earlier the local visitor economy partnership. This is something that you will know from Visit England, is in place across most of the country. There's actually only 2 places across the country that don't have an LVEP in place. We are one of those 2. And Visit England are very keen for us to work with them to develop that, working with some of the areas that got visitor economy bid teams in place. Chief execs and different officers have been involved in those conversations. We're working up what that should look like, and we'll bring more to you to see. And then the final thing I was going to touch on, but I'm sure there'll be other questions for some of these guys, is obviously on Monday we have the parliamentary event for the launch of UK Reef, which takes place down in House of Commons on Monday afternoon. We've got more people attending than we're allowed, so there may be some emails to some teams about where we may need to not have as many people there, but we have got representatives from industry, different sectors, MPs from all parties attending and involved in sort of speaker events. And I know that many of you around this table, or some of you and your teams, are going to be in attendance. And this is part of us setting ourselves up for UK Reef in May and starting that work about the region and the importance of the region, not just for us and for the residents that you represent, but also for the rest of the country, and why investing in our area in the right way and helping us grow, linking to the local growth plan, is really, really important. I was going to talk about Tiger Bus passes, but that was mentioned earlier, obviously continues to be a success. And I think I'll stop there, Mayor, and happy to take questions on anything that I've mentioned or haven't.
It's good to have the highlights, reinforcing, we are doing some good stuff. Councillor Smith, Bridget Smith.
Thank you very much. I want to ask about the Greater Cambridge Transport Strategy, about whether you have any concerns about the timeframe for delivering this, because we do. Because our local plan, our joint local plan with Cambridge City, is absolutely predicated on this being done in time. So I'm looking for reassurance that, bearing in mind that some other big pieces of joint work have slipped badly elsewhere, this cannot be allowed to slip. Thank you.
So let's say,
Well, I mean, Judith will be able to give you the exact date, because I don't know. This year, I think, was the plan, and I understand Councillor
Judith
Smith's
can you clarify on these points?
Question.
Yes, so the proposal for the Greater Cambridge Transport Strategy timeline is that a draft document comes in the summer through TIC, which is overseeing the governance, with a view to consultation in the autumn. We have a member steering group, which Councillor Smith chairs, but is also Councillor Netzinger and others are also members of that group. We have a senior officer steering group and a officer working group that's obviously overseeing the kind of day-to-day activity. We are very aware, as an officer steering group, of the challenges of the timeline, and Stephen Kelly from the Greater Cambridge Planning Service sits on that group. And we have spent some time looking at the alignment between the local plan processes and the strategy development. And I think that is absolutely writ large. We do recognise, as is implied in the question, that there are some significant challenges because of the complexity of the strategy, the complexity of the evidence. And what we're aiming to do in order to push ahead is complete as much of that evidence collection at this point, so that going into the spring, we will be able to progress both with the sifting, the strategy development, the engagement, and the further discussions ahead of the formal consultation. So we're very aware of those issues. We're very aware that there are some real-time challenges which we need to keep on top of.
Yep, Councillor Smith.
Thank you very much indeed, through you, Mayor, to Judith. So it worries me when I hear about, significant challenges and complexity, because what I hope we will be doing will be, as of now, making sure that we are resourcing it from this point so that those significant challenges and complexities are, the level of threat they present is minimized. And and bearing in mind, I know we are a small organization, with certain members of staff pulled in every direction. But I am seriously worried that stuff happens, and people get pulled away to deal with other priorities and so on. So I would just like some reassurance, not today, obviously, but I'd like some reassurance coming via Stephen Kelly that we are, front resourcing this in order to address at this stage of the game those challenges and complexities, please, because the consequences are catastrophic to some of us.
Okay, and I'd follow that up. Just a clarification, maybe from you, Judith, in terms of I know we have a sort of overarching as a strategic transport body, we're responsible for this, but in putting this all together in the timelines that are suggested, the staff who are doing it, are they mostly GCP staff or are they our staff? And going back to the point, then if there is a challenge, who's going to put the resource in? Is it the GCP or is it the combined authority?
Thank you. So the day-to-day work is being led by a project manager within the GCP team. It was being led by Lynn Miles, who has recently now joined City, and they have a consultant that is in place to fully focus on this particular task, and their team of people is available to support that. Obviously, following this conversation, what we can do is to have a further conversation in order to be absolutely clear about the resource plan to move that ahead during the coming year, so that we can see the resources against the milestones and bring that to the members' working group.
Clarification. Councillor Bailey.
Real quickies. First one on the Greater Cambridge Transport Strategy. Apologies if I missed the workings of this, and obviously, it's a Greater Cambridge document. Totally respect that. But what happens in terms of Greater Cambridge Transport has a massive effect on residents in East Cambridgeshire and beyond Greater Cambridge. So I just wonder, maybe can we have officers to provide some sort of timeline and an understanding as to when other stakeholders might get sight of it would be really helpful. And then I just had a real quick query about Tiger on Demand. So Rob's update says that we've had 1,767 passengers on 1,364 trips. I'm making the assumption that is probably just the Huntingdon one because of the timing of budget papers and stuff, but might be wrong. What I'd really like to understand is and that might sound like a simple question, but how do you define a trip? Because that's not actually that straightforward necessarily. Because on the face of it, that sounds like 1.3 riders per trip on average, but I'm sure it's not as simple as that. So I'd like to understand whether it's passenger journeys or passengers, because I've always asked with Ting in the past and never got to the bottom of it, that we must know how many individual people use the service, actual people, because one person might use it 5 times a week and then they've created 5 passenger journeys, but it's one person. And we must know the unique users because they either book through the app or through the call centre. And I don't know how the call centre is operating, but probably they're inputting the data of that person's journey over the phone. They're inputting it onto the same system ultimately. So can we have the number of passengers in when you're reporting data, actual people, number of passenger journeys, and what is a trip? Because does that really mean 1.3 riders per trip on average? And don't worry if you can't answer it now. It's not a problem.
You want to come back? Or Okay.
I'll respond to the 3 points regarding the Greater Cambridge Transport Strategy and the process of engagement. That is a really important part, and we have got an engagement plan, and that absolutely incorporates the wider authorities that are clearly inputting into journeys into Cambridge. And so there is an engagement plan, and there is an item on tick agenda for a brief update on
Next week.
Friday.
Yeah.
And we will be doing another update in March as well. And we could, for instance, attach that engagement plan. What we absolutely have to do is look at that engagement is absolutely understood. And what we intend to do is not only have the kind of core members working group, but also a wider members engagement group as well. But that hasn't been advanced at this stage, but clearly needs to be.
Thank you.
Regarding the Tiger on Demand, because the Tiger on Demand services outside of Huntingdonshire only commenced on the 11th of January, that data won't be in the figures that are in Rob's report. I know, in fact, there was a meeting this morning to look at all the data sets that have become available. So what I suggest is that we will clearly be looking at reporting those to TIC and the board more widely. And at that point, I'll make sure we got all the clarity on what the different bits of the data look like.
Thank you, Judith.
Lucy, I think you got a question on that as well.
I just wanted to check, sorry, presumably the Tiger on Demand buses can be booked by a group, not just by an individual. And therefore,
Yes.
you could, by looking at the number of bookings, you might underestimate the number of passengers.
Well, you should
But
certainly.
no, wouldn't you? Because you'd have to say how many people are getting on. We need the data.
Okay. Then Councillor Bowden.
Thank you, Mayor. I was surprised that the Chief Executive brushed over the devolution white paper quite as efficiently as he did. For the
Let's not get into
for those of us who've had to deal with the consequences of that for the last few weeks, I think that that might have been a very wise move. But I think we can't easily ignore what's within that. We don't yet know a lot of the rules which are going to be involved in terms of the changes which will take place to constituent councils. We don't yet know, other than the fact that there's meant to be mayoral approval required, what possibilities there may be for a change to the boundaries of any mayoral combined authorities or mayoral strategic authorities, including ours. We don't know what may be available, what may not be available, or whether anything is desirable. And I think it's really important to make the point that this combined authority is made up of its constituent councils. And really, we need the constituent councils to be an integral part of the decision-making process moving forwards, rather than this necessarily coming top-down from the combined authority. And I know, Rob, that you're not a top-down type person, but I thought it's really important to put on record that it really should be for us as combined authority members to be discussing this between ourselves and to bringing forward whatever ideas turn out to be most appropriate for our local areas once we find out what is possible and what is not possible. I'm painfully aware, and we've talked a few times today about the size of this authority, this combined authority, and the number of staff we've got. I'm painfully aware that we, as a mayoral combined authority, are less than half of the size in terms of population of the average mayoral combined authority. I'm painfully aware of that. I'm also aware, as I know very much indeed from your history, you are, Rob, that there are authorities nearby who themselves are looking for potential partners and maybe being rebuffed by other potential partners. Everything, I'm not being specific here, everything needs at the moment to continue to be on the table until we find out where the sides of the table are. We don't know what the sides of the table are yet. And then we need the space to be able to discuss these things, looking out for the interests of our residents first. And that really needs to come from the grassroots. It comes from the constituent members of this authority.
So I want to be clear. I mean, obviously, I did go over it quickly, Councillor Bowden. Unless the mayor says something different, I think when it comes to the point around the local government reorganisation and boundaries, there is certainly no act by me or the mayor to suddenly say to all of you, that's what the answer is in this space.
Imagine trying. Imagine trying.
So if that's your point about being top down, we're not being told what to say to you about it, other than being told that this is something now. What I was meaning was, what I'm trying to think through is, and I say this because this is the state of it. There's 118 pages in the white paper, and 4 of it are on local government reorganisation. There's not, it might not be 4, but a lot of it is on mayoral strategic authority and responsibility changes or new things. And that's the bit I'm focusing my attention on, and the team are, because that's the bit we need to understand. The timings, is that going to happen? What does it mean? You know, spatial planning is a great example of that, and whether that's in there, whether that's part of national planning policy framework, etc. And then work with all of you about, well, what does that mean for our area? But we're not looking to say, and then therefore you should be this or that. I get the point around the boundaries of the MCA. I suppose what I would say is, I recognise you're all having conversations around what's happening. I'd welcome if you're having conversations that go beyond the boundaries that I'm aware, because obviously that's where it's important we understand from an MCA point of view whether our boundary would or wouldn't change. And, you know, as you know, I've been through this experience. And so happy to help is probably the best offer, rather than draw lines or do that. If that's helpful, Councillor Bowden, certainly not trying to do a top down on what that reorganisation may or may not look like.
Okay, Sarah, I know you need to go, so probably come to you, then go to Bridget.
But that's a perfect bit on which to sort of have the last bit before I depart. There is a great deal of uncertainty for our organisations, for the combined authority. I think one of the really important things that most of us are minded of is the impact it's having on our staff, because that level of uncertainty in terms of the national steer obviously plays out and creates uncertainty elsewhere. What I think we are seeing, and I think you even see it today, is that we are pulling together, because actually we are going to need to create what comes next amongst ourselves as part of those proposals back to government. It is going to be a real team effort, and the combined authority in its new iteration will be the overarching body that we will all be part of. We're in a better place than most, because some don't have a combined authority or a similar body. So for them, it's a very, very new concept. And what's becoming clear is that actually for us, it will probably in some ways feel a bit business as usual, because actually we've already got a lot of this in place, which I think puts us in a good position. I think the challenge that we have going forward is the lack of clarity from government. And as soon as we get that, I think it will become much easier for us. But in terms of that medium term planning, there are some very practical things that we're going to need to be worrying about. But one of the things that we really would like help with, I think, as constituent partners, is data that helps us make some informed decisions. I think many of us are minded that we have to create sustainable business units for the future. Get it too small and you set your new unitary authorities up to fail. Too big might be unwieldy and unnecessary. So just trying to hit that sweet spot, and we are going to need some data to drive that. So I think if there is data that you think would be helpful, but we haven't yet asked for it because we don't necessarily know what we might want to look at. And I know that other partners, equally like our county council colleagues, are also thinking about what they can provide. But I think that's going to be really important. I think one of the things, Bridget, that you mentioned, things like local plans, I think having a sense of where we all are on some of those set pieces will also help us. So I remain resolutely positive, because I think that's the only way we're all going to get through this for our residents, is to be focused on finding the positives. But the sooner, I think, any help that you can give us, certainly from the combined authority, I think would be greatly appreciated, as the partners are all trying to support each other at every turn. Thank you.
Thank you. And
thank you. So I agree entirely with what both Councillor Bowden and Convoy have said. We are all our lives are kind of taken up with thinking about, how our own organisations deal with LGR. But I would welcome an informal conversation in one of our informal leaders' strategy meetings with the combined authority to talk about whether there are opportunities for the combined authority through LGR, particularly to address some of those challenges which we've had all along, because we're quite small. We have these three complex economies. Are there opportunities here which, instead of kind of sitting back and waiting to see what all of us do, we actually go and grab some of those opportunities, or at least investigate some of those opportunities as a combined authority board. Because one of the things that really worries me to death is once we get through the end of LGR, it actually leaves a massive democratic deficit within our combined authority. So, because there'll be far fewer of us, half of us will have gone. We won't be here. So it'll be a mayor and 2 or 3 other people, and that's not good democracy. So we need it really isn't. So I think we need to just all of us just sit down and have as we've had today. We've had some really good collaborative conversations today, and I think we can all do that. Talking about the combined authority as a whole, please.
Thank you, Lucy.
Your that thing has got hijacked by local government reorganisation, as everything else does. No, it's not. It's just because it hijacks everything. So I agree that it would be good to have another discussion about this. I think it might be worth waiting until after. I think it's the 11th of February when we find out which places have had their county council elections cancelled. Because we will have some clarity then about which of our neighbouring areas are moving ahead in the priority programme and which are not. So I think having a meeting after that would be really helpful. That's all I wanted to say.
Yeah, I'm just checking how many do we need to keep this going and to make sure that we get. All right, okay, fine. All right, see you there. Okay, we were asked to note the report, which we have done. No vote is required. We can now move on to something that we do need to vote on, which is the investment committee papers. And Nathan has been sitting, a caged tiger, ready to introduce this report. Over to you, Nathan.
Yes, thank you, Mayor, and good afternoon, members. So this is item 12, the Single Assurance Framework Investment Committee papers. So the report is seeking approval for the change request and budget increase of 2 million for the Signet Bridge project, and approval of the concept proposal for the CPCA Strategic Investment and Innovation Growth Fund and the Littleport Business and Community Centre for them to be developed into a business case. This paper is also to note the Chief Executive and Investment Committee decisions. So for the Chief Executive decisions, please see section 4 for each officer decision notice approved in December 2024. This is a change request for the Hunterston Cromwell Museum, part of the Market Towns Programme Phase 1, and a change request for the Market Towns Programme Phase 2. For the Investment Committee decisions, please see section 5 for the link to the papers and for a brief description of each project approval from the meeting held on the 16th of December 2024. The approvals were for 3 business cases and funding for the Digital Connectivity Strategy, implementation 2025 to 2029 for year 1, 2025 to 2026, the Greater Cambridge Impact Investment Fund and peat soil affected roads. So there's a update to make you aware of in 5.2. So the Digital Connectivity Project was approved by committee as a 1.8 million project. It was originally 2.15 million, but following work with the Connecting Cambridgeshire team, we found efficiencies and we were able to get the same work scoped for less. So back to recommendation A to C. So please see section 3 of the report for a summary of the change request and the 2 concept papers. These items have been sponsored by the relevant executive director and have been previously presented to and approved at the investment panel and the investment committee at the meetings held on the 16th of December 2024 and the 13th of January 2025. Committee's comments are also in the paper in section 3, and the full change request and concept papers are in appendix A, B and C. So I'm now going to hand over to the responsible officers to give a brief overview on each paper. So starting with Signet Bridge change request, over to Judith Barker. Thank you.
Thank you. And very, very briefly, because obviously I'll take it for time that you've read the papers. But obviously this is a sizable sum, but was discussed in detail at investment committee. So it had previously been agreed that 3.4 million would be approved by this board to support this project. Due to the design process, which was at early stages when the original funding was granted, and specific costs arising in terms of the sewer diversion, the funding envelope for the project has increased. So that they are, as you can see on page 131, how the total sum of just under 8.4 million is now being met. They have used some Towns Fund money, Peterborough City Council money, our original fund, and they're asking us for 2 million extra, 2 million additional. We are able to fund that. And in fact, we had written confirmation yesterday from DFT that they are content with us using a final tranche of the Transforming City funds for this project, which would otherwise need to be handed back to DFT because it needs to be spent by the end of this spent and committed by the end of this financial year, and then the balance of the £2 million is being met from the capital active travel budget that we hold. It was raised at investment committee that we need to look at the geographical spread of that money going forward to ensure that there is a spread across the whole of the region, and that's indeed noted in the minutes of that meeting. So that's hopefully just an overview of the project, and the completion date subject to these approvals would be later in 2026.
I just want to make a similar sort of comment I did when I was at the investment committee. Obviously, this started in its infancy in June 2022 when Peterborough City Council was a very different beast. It was very much driven at the time by the team there. And I'm absolutely delighted that we were able at the combined authority through some very clever looking at the figures to get further investment into the city to deliver something that hopefully will work with other work that the City Council do to transform the experience of visiting Peterborough, being part of the community there. So I'm grateful for that. Do you want to move on, Nathan, to the next case?
Yeah, thank you. So on to the concept papers for the CPCA Strategic Investment and Innovation Growth Fund and the Litterport Business and Community Centre. So I think we've had a slight change of plan. So because of the time of the meeting, I think Steve Clark is now unavailable to join, but I think Richard Kenny is going to come in and give a few words on those concepts.
Thank you. Yeah, no, thanks. I mean, I'll also take the papers as being read, really, but essentially the Strategic Investment and Growth Fund is an amalgamation of existing funds to drive the economy, which is kind of what the Combined Authority was set up to do. And obviously, there's a big focus on the high-end part of the economy in terms of the knowledge-intensive bits. And that's kind of timely, I think, in terms of getting this business case through, because we very much want to align the fund to the work that we're doing around the local growth plan. So by the time we get through the negotiations on the agreed priority sectors and the awfully named horizontal priorities as well, when we start getting through and working that through as to what we want to do collaboratively with all of you, we will then be in a place where we can use this fund to leverage some of those interventions in terms of those negotiations with government. So I'll leave that one there. Thank you.
Thank you for good state. Do you want to make any comments? I know you spoke about this at the investment committee, and the voice of business here is obviously important.
Yeah, I think what we talked about was making sure that we did some work early on in terms of measures as well, because last time I think when we did the work on a growth works project before, there's some issues around how you spread it around the area, and I think we've learned from that to make sure that what we do put as a criteria. And I think it's a bit of something Bridget was saying before about how do you go to places that don't necessarily come to the top, and I think that's important that we correct that this time.
Just any comment on that?
Yeah, so absolutely, the geographical spread, very important that we make sure that we both grow the economy, building on the strengths of some of our assets, but also recognizing that some of the disparities between different places is really important for those to be bridged, and make sure that we not only intensify and amplify our innovation opportunities, but we also create that diffusion. So we're absolutely fundamental to everything that we've submitted to government so far that's been signed off by you in terms of the submission in those negotiations around the priority sectors. So absolutely, having some key, very clear about the outcomes in terms of the growth and in terms of the disparities, but we'll be working that criteria through. This is a concept paper at the moment. It comes back to investment committee as an outline business case, and then it will be developed into a full business case.
Any other comments on that? Oh, sorry, Councillor Smith. Anna.
Thanks, and thanks for all the work you're putting in on this. It's really welcome. I'm sure this is happening, but just to ask for clarification anyway. Obviously, there's a lot happening in this space, so I assume that you're kind of talking to other stakeholders to ensure that we're not duplicating here, and that we're not duplicating either kind of projects or funding streams, and that also that we're kind of bringing those companies that we're looking to attract through inward investment, that's going to align with our growth plans and the sectors that we want to curate and encourage.
Yes, absolutely. That's exactly what we're doing. I mean, having some leverage and skin in the game in terms of opening up negotiations around the comprehensive spending review in terms of government, but also in terms of with the private sector, in terms of some of those investment opportunities as well, means that we will be able to hopefully create a set of interventions that are at scale and make the biggest economic impact.
Thank you, Richard. No more questions. Moving on to the next item, which is the Littleport Business and Community Centre.
This is the need for the development of the community facility. Again, I'll take the paper as read. There were some issues raised at the committee around viability, financial viability, and so on. And some of those issues that were raised by the committee are evidenced in the report in terms of the response that we've had back in terms of the information provided. So again, I'll leave it there. If there's any questions or comments, very happy to respond.
Well, there's one clarification I want Matthew to give in regard to kind of what we're talking about, sort of longer term, if we go into these sorts of proposals, ownership and how we're going to do things differently that we kind of talked about. I know it came out of concerns at the investment committee.
Thank you, Chair. I think what the comments that we made is because sometimes this is about viability and making something viable, and what we're trying to do with a lot of the projects that we're looking at now is making sure we have some sort of clawback or ongoing interest. So in some cases, if a project doesn't go ahead, then if it's relating to land or property, we've maybe got a charge on the property, we have something in the grant agreement about it coming back. If for some reason, I'm not talking project specific for this, but with other projects, if the land and property is then sold on instead of being used, that we again have an interest in that. So just trying to maintain something whereby the combined authority can have that money back to use on other projects in the future if there's been a benefit or if the project hasn't gone ahead. So it's those sort of concepts that we'll work on when we do sort of the legal agreements, the negotiations on that. Thank you, Chair.
Okay, thank you. And Councillor Bailey, obviously there's a lot of reference to East Cambridgeshire District Council. Do you want to make any comments?
As to investment committee, but obviously I'm very supportive. We have struggled to get this money out the door to benefit Littleport, and I'm really keen that we make this one work.
The end of your presentation. So, and we've asked questions as we go along. Don't think there's anything more really we need to discuss, but we have to take a vote unless anybody else wants to make any final comments. Okay, so it's okay.
Just if there's any disagreement, then obviously you take them individually, but otherwise, if everybody's happy to take them on block, then
on block, everybody nods around. Okay, so
can we just check you
I'm going to do that now. All right. Okay. Yeah. I am moving the recommendations from the chair. Can I have maybe a seconder from yourself, Nitin? Is that right? Sorry. Okay. From Nitin. Okay. Recommendations D and E are just to note, but we need to vote on recommendations A, B, and C, equivalent to the three proposals. Those in favour? That's it. Unanimous for those who are still present. Okay. Thank you. So this then takes us, thank you, Nathan. Thank you, Richard. To item 13, which is the Greater South East Net Zero Hub. Overview of programs, finance and governance. This is with Maxine Narborough, the director of the hub, who will introduce the report alongside. Hello, hi. Oh, sorry. Okay, fine. Your name's not down, but I will let you. You don't. Okay. Oh, I see. Sorry, but not on my introduction. Okay, this is going to be introduced by Councillor.
Thank you. Thank you very much. So I'm sorry this is at the end of the day when we're all feeling rather weary. It'd be nice if another time we could put this item, because actually it's really interesting, put it, when we've all got a bit of energy left. So just quickly, I think it's really important that we all understand that the hub is about so much more than managing government grants. It was one of 5 set up by DESNZ in 2018. With a remit to increase public sector estate decarbonisation, community energy, retrofit, and to dole out grants. It's not massive. It has 45 staff, but it covers 147 local authorities, which is actually 48% of English households. So, punching well above its weight. The rather infamous Hug 2, which we've debated many times, is delivered to 44 of those authorities, but not in ours. We're part of the Cambridge Energy Retrofit Partnership, and I think Peterborough were and possibly aren't anymore. But so its core purpose is to increase the number and the quality and the scale of local net zero projects across the region, which is all, really good stuff. One of the most significant things is there's been a massive improvement in relations with DESNZ, and I think that's really facilitated the work that Maxine has led with her team, that we now have really good communications. But I'll ask Maxine to quickly, while you've still got a little bit of attention left, just to give a sort of overview of some of the projects, actually it's a really easy to read short paper. So, if you haven't read it, it's worth having a dip into. So Maxine, thank you.
Thank you, Mayor, and thank you, Councillor Smith. What I'd like to do is just take the opportunity to just run through what our different programmes of work are. So we're wholly funded by DESNZ, but we're funded through different departments within DESNZ. So if you think of the programmes that I've got in that appendix, each of those programmes has a specific department within DESNZ that funds us. So I just want to start with the Local Net Zero programme. That is the reason that we were set up. At the time, we were local energy hubs, and it was to drive local energy projects. To give you an idea of the size and scale, our total pipeline is 128 projects with a value of 1.37 billion. That's what we call the long list. However, our short list, the ones that we are actively working on, 32 projects with a capital value of 750 million. Just to note, we have completed 13 projects and secured 372 million for the local authorities and public sector organisations we were working with. And to note, this money isn't on the balance sheet of the combined authority. We work to support, enable the public sector, so that flows through their accounts. We recently launched a 1 million investment readiness grant, so that's to support projects that are more developed to get to that investment readiness stage. One of our objectives is to drive commercial and private finance into local authority projects, as we know there's not enough funding in the public purse. A 1 million pot, and we had 23 applications, over 1.7 million, so they'll be considered by the Hub Board in March and then reported to Environment and Sustainable Communities Committee. Public sector decarbonisation, you may be aware of the public sector decarb grant. So it's a capital grant for energy efficiency and heat decarbonisation. We have a team that works wholly on that. So they're doing heat decarbonisation plans, portfolio assessments and early stage feasibility. And that's to enable the public sector to bid into that pot. So in terms of numbers, we've supported 167 projects worth 394 million, helped organisations to secure 97 million pounds worth of grant funding, with applicants contributing 20 million. In the last round of PSDS, we supported 18 projects with a value of just over 64.5 million. So it's quite a big pipeline. We also administer community energy grants, and we've been very successful in this. We've had Community Energy Fund running for just over a year, and we've allocated over 2.1 million. We've got a pipeline of 900,000 pre-approved projects awaiting the release of further funding. Previous to that, we did it in the rural areas and funded 52 projects with a value of 2.2 million. That's feasibility and development work. Those projects then go on to sort of securing finance either through community or private. You'll be aware we run the accelerator. This is not available in the Greater South East. That's Greater Manchester, West Midlands, York and North Yorkshire. That's looking at business cases, delivery models to accelerate net zero based on place-based blended projects and portfolios. So we're now in the second year of that, and that's progressing very well. We do the finance support service. We run a DPS through CPCA. I'm not going to dwell on retrofit, but since 2021, we have done measures to over 6,000 homes. Would have spent over 75 million. We've had issues with that, and we have still got a risk that we're working with the department on in terms of the A&A overspend. We got a change request in December to do 925 properties. We're likely to deliver about 75 over target, but that will be coming to an end at the end of March. We'll then be pivoting to what the priorities are for the government in terms of the Warm Homes Plan that will be launched in the summer. But that will be a supportive and enabling role as per the other areas of work. So that just concludes the headlines. There is further information on finance and governance within the paper. I'm very happy to take any questions, but really just wanted you all to know these services are available to your local authorities in your area, with the exception of retrofit and the retrofit accelerator. Thank you.
Thank you, Maxine. Let's say, so at the end of the meeting is a bit unfair because there is an awful lot of good stuff in there, but I'd
Yes.
say Councillor Bailey.
So very, very, very helpful from both of you. Thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah. Councillor Bailey, Councillor Smith wants to make a comment. Oh,
Well, I just wanted to build on what Councillor Smith was saying, because this is at the end of the meeting, the danger is we will just go, oh yes, thank you, bye. The work here is really amazing. The fact that we are exercising that level of leadership across so much of the country, and there's some really impactful work happening. So I just wanted to say thank you and to acknowledge that on the record.
and do you want to say anything final, Bridget? Maybe you're off. You are now actually off. You.
So I know it's been really difficult, and and I've said on a number of occasions, some of these grants, have not been set up to succeed. And I think, between Maxine and her team of 45, I think they've done astonishingly well, and we compare very, very favourably with elsewhere in the country. But, that is just a tiny part. And what she asked me to say earlier is that they are there to help us all if we want it. Just go to them and ask, and they will probably have all the answers to help us all. So it's we're very lucky to have a resource like this at our fingertips. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Maxine. We were asked to note the report, which we've done. And that leaves us just as a final item, the committee calendar for the year ahead, 2025 to 26. You want to say something here, Matt? You're down as
very, very briefly, Chair, if I may. Obviously, I'm not going to go through the calendar. It is there for members of the authority to view. The Democratic Services team work with all of the constituent authorities and been in contact with all of them about trying to make sure there are as few clashes as possible to try and fit in around them. Logistically, it's very, very difficult, but we're trying our best to do that. So we hope this is satisfactory for members. Clearly, just because they're in the diary here doesn't mean they're set in stone. If we do have other clashes or other meetings need to be put in, then that can be done, as you know. So it's just there for members to review and to consider approving. Thank you.
Thank you. Well, I'll move the recommendation. I'll have a seconder from Councillor Ness Singer. I'm assuming there's no reason to debate, and so we'll move on the recommendation to vote. Those in favour? So it looks that's those. Yeah, well, that's passed unanimously. We can now close the meeting. Thank you, everybody, and for those who have bared with us throughout the whole of the meeting, have a good day. Thank you. Bye-bye.